Chapter 11:27. Numerous flames burned on the sword. The night demon venerable that was stabbed gave out an unwilling roar. It was like it was in extreme pain as it twisted and struggled. However, its body couldn't help but turn into a ball of smoke and dissipate in the air. The red-robed man was trying his best to avoid the five-colored light that exploded out. Who knows what kind of secret techniques were carved on those needles? The piercing strength was shockingly strong, and his spells were unable to block it. The spiral wind barrier around him wasn't able to stop it. At most, it could only cause it to shift. At this moment, it was still okay for him, and he could barely handle it. Those in a worse situation were those night demons. They were caught off guard and were having a hard time dealing with it. At this moment, they were struck by tens of thousands of light needles and were in a bad state. A few God Realm Night demons were hit, and instantly large portions of their bodies started to rot and turn into blood. It caused everyone's hearts to sink. These needles were not only quick and strong, but they were also poisonous. After those 8 five-colored light needles, there were 8 silver cylinders that appeared beside Shun Yueshuan's body, making one's heart tremble. At this moment, there was a fist-sized ball in his hand, following which it spread out in layers. It was actually many wing-shaped metal pieces. Each piece of metal was carved with a defensive spell, close to 1,000 pieces stacked together, forming a really thick shield-shaped spiritual light. The red-robed man's pupils constricted. What kind of treasure was this? 1,000 defensive spells and special mechanism techniques were gathered on an artifact. In front of him could be said to be a celestial treasure or 1,000 magical treasures. Other than the mechanism technique, it also included the restriction formation technique. 1,000 pieces stacked together formed a vast restriction formation of power. Although it wasn't a god artifact, in terms of defensive ability, even a god artifact couldn't compare. The only weakness was that it was a little slow to spread out and the defensive range was really small. At most, it could only protect 1 or 2 people. However, because it was small, this celestial treasure was even more indestructible, just based on this unknown treasure, those 5-colored light needles. The person in front of him could go up against any 2 Saint Realm Venerables here. Looking on as Zhongsho's body was about to be protected within the spiritual formation. Qi Hongyi grunted and fled at full speed. Just as the second wave of 5-colored needles exploded, Li Mu's eyes lit up. He forcefully flashed to Zhongsho's side. The red-robed man then pointed out with all his might, triggering the phenomenon outside his body. A portion of the spirit of heaven and earth broke free from Osamu Hara's control. It formed a huge conical spiral, and the tip of the cone was pointed directly at Zhongsho's brain. However, just as he was about to hit Shun Yuexian, Zhongsho's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was standing. Then, he reappeared behind Shun Yuexian. Teleportation? Qi Hongyi was stunned. He knew that he had miscalculated. He had forgotten that Zhongsho had this mystique. A few years ago, when Zhongsho was being hunted down by Lu Wushuang, he had relied on the instant space teleportation technique to escape thousands of worlds, causing Lu Wushuang to be helpless in the end, until Zhongsho stepped into the celestial realm and killed Lu Wushuang. This matter was something that all Saint Realm Venerables and above in the Cloud World knew about. Without hesitation, Qi Hongyi retreated. He went all out to dodge, sweeping away the needles that chased him one by one. When he had some strength left, he spread out his spiritual sense to observe the situation around. Night Demon Venerable, who was hit by the sword, had been wiped out by the unlimited light. A portion of his flesh and blood was burned. The remaining portion turned into blood essence power and was absorbed by the God-refined sword. Out of the people present, only Han Qing and the other 4 Saint Realm Venerables survived. Fortunately, at this moment, these few people had already managed to pull through from being in dire straits. The situation had taken a turn for the better, and they had some strength left. However, Zhongsho's side was shocking. Su Chuxue, who had just been heavily injured by him, had already recovered half of her injuries. She was brimming with energy, her aura going from weak to strong like she had never been injured by him. The blood moon blade light was still locking onto the few of them and moving about. Only at this moment did Chi Hongi notice the layer of jade light covering the area. It was filled with life energy. Under it, Su Chu Shui's final injuries were healing at a visible rate. From when he attacked just now, less than a breath had passed. Damn it! At this moment, not only Chi Hongi, but the hearts of the few people present sunk to the bottom. Although they didn't know what treasure it was, with this item supporting it. No matter how badly the 5 of them were injured, they would be able to recover in an instant. If this went on, the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for them. The 4 of them weren't true Saint Realm, so their spiritual sense shouldn't be able to last for too long. However, under such a storm of attacks, how long could the 7 of them last? How many casualties would they need to last until Zhongsho used up all his strength? Chi Hongi's eyes were filled with a green glow. He knew that any hesitation, any misjudgment could decide life and death, causing him to fall into an irrecoverable state. He directly abandoned Zhongsho, who was hiding behind Xinyue Xian, and charged towards Osamu Hara, who was standing alone in the distance. At the same time, a blood phoenix shadow appeared behind him. The intense, undying flame burned. Under the sweeping of the storm, it turned a white color. The flame burned everything. Even Xinyue Xuan's 5-colored feather needle was melted the moment it got close. He turned into a white light and was actually no weaker than Zhongsho's sword after he used the Book of Ian to speed it up. His aura was really intense, filled with a determination to not fight back until he won. Osamu Hara was the weakest out of the 4 of them and also the most crucial one. He controlled that puppet and had the strength of a Saint Realm expert. Although the spirit silence technique didn't cause them to be unable to use spiritual energy, it also greatly reduced their spiritual energy power. That 10,000 spirit destruction explosion talisman also made one worry. Who knew how many more this person had? If they killed this person, they would win today. Zhongsho used the corner of his eye to quietly look at the scenes beside him. He could even see the vicious expression on Chi Hongi's face when he flashed past. Attack them from their weakest point, which was also their most crucial point. His heart was still really cold, not bothering about Osamu Hara's life or death. The celestial energy in his body exploded out as another sword sped into the void. The blood essence power that he absorbed before all exploded out. The sword before relied on the Book of Ian to speed up time. At this moment, the time power here was already neutralized by the black crystal in the air. This was why the speed of the second sword was at least 10 times slower. However, the power contained in this sword was 6 times more powerful than the previous one. One origin sword, unlimited light. A white flame burned in Zhongsho's soul ocean. The god-refined sword still gave out a white glow, causing this small space that was on the verge of collapse to be unable to see anything. It twisted and forced away everyone's spiritual sense. The remaining 2 night demon venerables sucked in a cold breath. At the same time, they worked together, each spitting out a ball of black energy that attached to their weapons. This was the night demon race's method of using their own essence blood to raise their combat strength. They were also forced to such an extent. The vast light caused the 3 Zizai god demons to feel a little uncomfortable. Although they barely broke free from the control of the illusionary heart mirror at this moment, under the attacks of the jade puppet, they had no choice but to continue to retreat. The jade puppet wasn't a living person and only had spiritual sense, which was why it wasn't affected by their soul techniques. On the contrary, the clear spirit light that the illusionary heart mirror injected into the jade puppet injured them. There's also the 5 colored needles, which could actually hurt their formless and formless bodies. Their injuries weren't heavy, and the poison was useless against the soul, but there were just too many of them. At this moment, they could only look on and not help. As the weapons clashed, the tomb shook again. The dirt and stone that collapsed from above was totally smashed by the energy that seeped out. It also caused the surrounding mountain to collapse even more. The dragon formation that had repaired a small portion of the restrictions was heavily damaged once more. The spiritual tattoo restriction formation collapsed one by one. The two night demon venerables both coughed out blood and were tossed back. The weapons in their hands were unharmed, but their arms were burned into smoke under the impact of the immeasurable light. Their bodies were also broken into pieces. Like ice and snow under the blazing sun, they quickly melted. Zhongsho wasn't much better off. His body flew back, and he couldn't maintain his body anymore. His body flipped, and he was 10,000 feet away. Blood seeped out from his 7 orifices, and he was in a bad state. When he finally stabilized his body and stood still once more, not far away, Chi Hongyi's finger struck down. It smashed Osamu Hara into blood and dust. It spun in a spiral. Even his soul was broken into thousands of pieces. He was just a step away from his soul being wiped out. At this moment, Chi Hongyi laughed coldly. They still won this battle in the end. With Osamu Hara dead, Zhongsho's side only had 3 people left. On the other hand, even though they'd suffered heavy casualties, they still had 6 genuine Saint Realm exalts. His mind was thinking about how to prevent Zhongsho from escaping. The outcome was already decided. The only thing that was a little problematic was this matter. On the side, Han Qing was also excited. As long as Osamu Hara died, there would be no more 10,000 spirit extinction technique to restrict them. The spells of the 3 Zizai god demons wouldn't be restricted, and the remaining 3 people could only flee. However, to escape from the combined attacks of 6 Saint Realm Venerables was easier said than done, especially Chi Hongyi, who had stepped in a late Saint Realm not long ago. Even if he had to consume close to 80% of his strength to maintain the Aeon Spirit Crystal to remove the time power of the Book of Aeon Extreme Life, he still wasn't someone normal Saint Realm cultivators could compare to. Not seeing you for a few months, Your Majesty's vengeful energy is so huge. After escaping from the danger, Han Qing had the mood to tease. Unfortunately, I failed to steal the chicken today and am about to die here. The eyes of the other 5 alien race Saint Realm Venerables shone brightly as they waited quietly for the moment the spirit quieting technique disappeared. Osamu Hara's death would be the time for them to go all out to counterattack. Zhongsho looked on expressionlessly, like he didn't care at all. Just at this moment, the first life and death Sirius in his body slowly bloomed. Chi Hongyi didn't care at the start, but when that thick and mysterious life power covered Osamu Hara's few pieces of soul, he noticed that something was up. What technique was that? Chapter 1128. Life essence power wrapped around him. His flesh and blood regenerated and his soul was repaired. In just an instant, Yuan Wushang's body appeared out of thin air, and he stood 1,000 feet away, perfectly fine. He was perfectly fine, only his aura was slightly weaker. After all, he had gone through the destruction of his physical body and his soul. Even if he recovered now, he would still be injured. Osamu Hara laughed out loud. Zhongsho, I really didn't misjudge you. Is this a technique or a god treasure? That was truly impressive. Even a grade 13 supreme ability, a high-grade god artifact, is just so. At that moment, he thought that Zhongsho was going to watch him die to Chi Hongyi. He wanted to end the spirit silence technique several times and flee. However, he held on until the end, until he couldn't take it anymore, and was smashed by Chi Hongyi. He believed that Zhongsho wouldn't give up on his friends so easily, and that he definitely had a way to save him. As expected, the outcome was just like that. His joy wasn't because he had come back to life. He was happy that he had a brother and a friend who would take care of him. Moreover, Zhongsho had such a trump card, so why did he have to worry about not winning this battle? Chi Hongyi and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. There was actually such a technique in the world. If it was an artifact, it would definitely be a god treasure. If it was a pill, it would definitely be a top celestial pill. They couldn't be killed and couldn't be wiped out. What was the use of their Saint Realm strength? The intent of the few Zizai god demons started to waver, and for the first time, they had thoughts of retreating. In this battle, they suffered the least losses. Since they couldn't succeed, then retreating was the best plan. As for Han Qing, he felt as if he had fallen from the clouds into the abyss. He suddenly understood why the various sects were so afraid when they learned that Lin Xuanxuang had stepped into Endrealm. Even if Xiuguan had left the Cloud World, the Saint Venerables of the three factions still didn't dare to act recklessly. Don't be happy too early. This is the life and death series. Using it once would require 3 years of accumulation. I only have a total of 3 units here. Zhong Shou answered calmly, but Qi Hongyi's eyes lit up again. Although he did not know why Zhong Shou exposed his weakness, it made sense after thinking about it carefully. To be able to heal someone who was close to the immortal realm and whose divine soul and physical body were on the brink of destruction, in 1/100th of a blink of an eye, he was able to heal them to their original state. It could be used limitlessly. Such a divine weapon might exist, but it would never be in the hands of Zhong Shou. If it was a spell, then even Lin Xuanxuang's source life spirit breathing technique would not be able to do it. If he couldn't exterminate them the first time, then he would try a second time, a third time. He did not believe that Zhong Shou could bring Osamu Hara back to life for the third or fourth time. The hurricane swept up crazily once more. Qi Hongyi's body flashed once more, and he teleported to the side of Osamu Hara. Just as he was about to attack, that blood-colored blade light slashed over once more. This time, the power contained within the blade was a spiral power. A small half of the eye of the hurricane was snatched away by Chu Shui and controlled instead. The blade shadow also pierced in through these weaknesses, breaking the wind wall and slashing right at his throat. Qi Hongyi scoffed coldly, waving his sleeves and smacking the blood moon blade. His sleeves were ripped apart, turning into numerous shrapnel that flew all about. Chu Shui coughed out blood once more. She was smacked hundreds of thousands of feet away by that heaven-covering power and smashed into the dirt. This time, her injuries were much lighter than before. After adapting to Qi Hongyi's spiral ability, along with using the blood moon blade to reflect the spiral, she finally had some ability to resist. In just a moment, Osamu Hara once again covered the front of him with layers of prisoners. He also used 2 intermediate-grade celestial treasures to protect himself. Hey, it is useless. You are just peak celestial realm. You won't be able to last for even half a breath. His finger broke in once more, breaking all the talismans. Qi Hongyi's heart suddenly became alert, his chest throbbing with pain. He turned his head and looked towards Zhong Shou once more. What thick death energy. That's right, since it was called the Life and Death series. Then if there was life, then there would be death. Why did he feel so ominous at this moment? So dangerous? Zhong Shou was waiting quietly for the last bit of petals of the Life and Death series to wither. Coincidentally, it was the third breath of the Sirius blooming. The death energy hidden within was all released. It caused the death energy around him to accumulate to the maximum. Zhong Shou's 3,000 strands of hair instantly turned white. His arm muscles withered and the blood on his face drained away. The demon fox race's natural charm technique was still there, but it was mixed with death energy, showing off a devilish beauty. His aura was even more evil and unique. His brow rose up. The god-refined sword in Zhong Shou's hand shook slightly. As the humming of the sword echoed in all directions, a huge gate opened behind him. Countless streams of cold chi flowed through the air. 9 Nether Styx River, announcing your death. This was the Styx River Death Sword. His body sped through the air, like a ghost and also like an illusion. Following the death energy river, he sped forwards. Where he passed, everything turned ashen white, covered by death energy. All life, all matter, all of them were dying, reaching their end. The god-refined sword that was dyed ashen white pointed at the 2 night demon venerables who hadn't recovered from the previous sword. At this moment, Qi Hongyi was terrified. Supreme sword technique? How is that possible? Grade 13 supreme sword technique, not to mention the Cloud World. Even in this region, there weren't more than 5 of them. It was said that they were all passed down from the previous region. Most of them had disappeared in 1,000,000 years, their legacies broken. In this world, how could such a peerless sword technique appear out of thin air? In this world, all spells, all abilities, all martial path techniques, all sword techniques, and blade techniques. As long as one crossed the no injury level, one could directly disregard grade. It disregarded cultivation, realm, and strength. Even a normal person with no cultivation, as long as they comprehended it, even end-realm Saint Venerables could be injured. The only difference was the size of the injuries and the severity. He didn't bother about Osamu Hara anymore. Chihongi was fully focused on sensing. A moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't supreme, it was still grade 12, it hadn't exceeded the laws of this region, but it was close to the supreme level. However, the two of them probably wouldn't be able to block it either. He had many questions in his heart. Who created this sword technique for it to be so magical? Especially that life and death switch. It was really exquisite. It was like adding the finishing touch to a sword technique that wasn't considered top-notch and borrowed the power of death for its own use, allowing it to surpass several levels in succession. As for Han Feng, his face was even more dazed. His body felt a chill down his spine, and he was terrified. If that sword was stabbing towards him, then could his against the Heaven Demon technique reverse it? Dang! The sound of metal clashing against metal interrupted everyone's thoughts. Zongsho's God-refined sword struck a giant shield. However, there was no vibration of chi, nor was there any impact of upstanding force. In an instant, the huge purple shield was enveloped by a pale white color. Then, before the crowd's incredulous gazes, the entire shield turned into dust and scattered in the wind. The God-refined sword continued forwards without any obstruction. It was just a sword, and its path was really simple. It gave one the feeling that it was like a flood sweeping over. It was the river of death. The knight demon venerable who was holding the shield was also instantly turned into sand without any suspense. He silently collapsed and fell to the ground in a cloud of dust. Zongsho's body weirdly flashed past. The God-refined sword continued forwards and pointed at the second person. It was a simple sword attack, but it made one feel like they couldn't dodge and couldn't escape. The last knight, Demon Venerable, gave out a furious roar of despair. He raised up his two blades. All his life energy was burning. He instantly slashed forwards, slashing out millions of blade lights. Numerous dangerous images were formed, locking down 1,000 feet around. Following that, a soft dang sound was heard. Two blood-colored blade lights decayed and turned into killing in an instant. That ashen white sword light directly pierced through his chest. Maybe the death energy was finally used up and it started to weaken. This person didn't turn to dust right away, but slowly aged and died. All his flesh and blood lost their life force bit by bit. The entire process lasted for 3 breaths, but it gave one a terrifying feeling. In less than 100 breaths, the 3 Saint Realm Venerables of the Night Demon race all died under Zongsho's sword. Although it was due to various reasons, the scenes in front of them caused the hearts of the remaining 5 people to contract. If they continued to fight, none of them would be able to leave alive. The red-robed man directly gave up on killing Osamu Hara once more. 3 life and death serious. In other words, there were still 2 more sort of death attacks that were infinitely close to the supreme level. Suddenly, the red-robed man understood. The reason why Zongsho exposed himself wasn't to remind them, but to threaten them. However, even if he knew that, he had no other choice. Retreat. He scoffed furiously as he decisively flew away. He directly used his transcendence energy to grab Han Qing and quickly fled into the distance. As for the Fuzizai god demons, they didn't need him to remind them as they fled right away. Shun Yuexian laughed once more. A giant golden net shot out from his sleeves. The moment it opened, it covered hundreds of thousands of feet. Luckily, after the few true chi clashes, the mountain was hollowed out. There was enough space for the golden net to stretch out. However, the net wasn't made of true silk. Instead, it was something similar to Xiantian Qi. Its speed was fast, and even though it was launched later, it arrived first and enveloped the 5 people from afar. The red-robed man frowned once more and looked behind him with a weird expression. Not only because of the golden net, but also because Zhongsho's sword had locked onto him. A thread of cause and effect power that hadn't matured but couldn't be underestimated wrapped around the sword body. The red-robed man gritted his teeth, and the dark brown color in the sky exploded. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, following which he shook his head. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1129. The moment the crystal exploded, large amounts of time power surged out like a flood. Time pretty much stopped. Even the Book of Ian was only 30 feet away from Zhongsho and wasn't affected. The giant golden net in the air was slowed down to a standstill. Qi Hongyi and the other four were able to escape unscathed from the golden net. However, when the time current exploded out from the black crystal, it totally dissipated. Zhongsho's sword, under the buff of the Book of Ian, accelerated to the extreme once more. 10 times the time difference caused the god-refined sword to only use a 3,000th of a blink of an eye to chase up to the few of them. Qi Hongyi's eyes turned cold. The sword wasn't pointed at him, but at Han Qing, who was beside him. The late spirit realm slaying sword intent sent a chill down his spine. The various abilities and techniques within made one's scalp feel numb. Space fold, time, accelerate cause and effect, invert, it was a killing sword. The moment this sword slashed out, Han Qing would have no chance of surviving. Although he could block it, he would definitely be injured. If it was more serious, he might even stop and be trapped by the golden net. He would be in danger of being surrounded and killed by the four of them. As expected, it is celestial essence power. Qi Hongyi's chest turned ice cold. If it was just late spirit realm sword intent, then it was okay. However, along with the support of celestial power, it had the ability to hurt him. This Zhongsho obviously hadn't stepped in a god realm, and was only late celestial realm. Logically speaking, at this stage, he should have just completed his inner world. However, today he actually managed to nurture celestial essence power. Han Qing concerned the rise and fall of the demon path. Wushang Yuan demon had planned for thousands of years, and he definitely couldn't die now. However, he couldn't take the risk for this either. After thinking for a moment, Qi Hongyi directly grabbed him with his big hand. The massive spiraling force forcibly sucked in his Zizai, God Fiend, replacing Han Qing in the blink of an eye. Cause and effect power was really mysterious. After the reversal, there would be the effect of Han Qing's death, and then the cause of Han Qing's death. A simple and direct defense would not have much of an effect. He couldn't completely remove the karmic power within it. However, it could be switched. Using the spiral technique, he could transfer Zhongsho's karma lock to this Zizai God Fiend's body. Han Qing was sweating profusely. He knew that he would definitely die this time, and his Dao heart was almost swallowed by despair. Only at this moment did he feel his entire body relax. However, the feeling of being only one step away from death was still unforgettable. As for the Zizai God Fiend who replaced him, he let out a roar of disbelief and anger. The voice of the formless and incorporeal soul body caused a piercing pain in one's eardrums and made one's head dizzy. As for the other two, they also roared furiously. If it wasn't for the fact that they were running for their lives and couldn't afford to waste any time, they would have been dead already. It made people wonder if the two Zizai gods and devils would immediately pounce on Qi Hongyi and devour his flesh. In the distance, Zhongsho sighed. Could it be that this Han Qing was an undying cockroach? He had actually managed to escape yet another calamity. To let a saint realm venerable from the shadow demon race die in his place. This person's fate was a little too tough. However, at this moment, Qi Hongyi had personally sent this Zizai god demon to his sword. Naturally, he had no reason to let him go. The illusionary heart mirror buzzed, and a clear glow shone on the god-refined sword. When the sword light shone, the Zizai god demon who was at Saint Realm was instantly wiped out. His soul shattered, and a large portion of his soul power scattered in the air. Then, a portion of it turned into a transparent origin crystal and fell down. At this moment, the four of them had fled 50 to 60 miles out and once again entered the range of the dragon formation. Although they were within the formation and had to face numerous dangers, they accepted the protection of the formation. The moment they escaped the danger of being surrounded, they split up. The remaining two Zizai god demons and Qi Hongyi Han Qing each went their own way, disappearing into the left and right paths. Zhongshou also didn't think about chasing. Once they entered the dragon formation, he might not be able to control the situation. That was because there were simply too many variables within. Most importantly, he had used up all the celestial power in his body when he struck out 4 times. His combat strength had directly dropped by a level. Even with the Book of Ian in his hand, he definitely wasn't the opponent of Qi Hongyi. To be able to kill half of the 7 Saint Realm Venerables here was already an unexpected result. He was already satisfied. Decisively sheathing his sword, Zhongshou stood quietly on the spot, smiling as he looked into the air. "Brother Qi Hongyi, can you listen to me?" His voice was filled with true qi as it spread out. However, the tomb in the distance was totally silent. However, Zhongshou knew that Qi Hongyi, who was escaping, was definitely listening in. "I know that your demon sect venerables all have high hopes for this Han Qing. Yuan demon Saint Venerable also dotes on him and has high hopes for him. However," his voice paused as Zhongshou scoffed coldly, his voice filled with mocking intent. "However, can his against the heaven demon technique block my Styx River Death sword? Since it can't block it, then what value does he have to your demon sect? Brother Qi Hongyi, please reconsider and don't let others die for him." Dozens of miles away, Qi Hongyi's face was ashen white and extremely ugly. However, he was also shocked and deep in thought. He looked at Han Qing beside him. Was it worth it to destroy the agreement with the Shadow Demon race for this person? That life and death switch, that sword that controlled death energy, that against the Heaven Demon technique was indeed something that couldn't be countered. Now, the demon sect's biggest enemy was Zhongshou. Han Qing's face was devoid of blood. She seemed to have thought about something as panic appeared in her eyes. After Zhongshou finished speaking, he stopped paying attention to the actions of Qi Hongyi and the others. He started to deal with the aftermath of this matter. The illusionary heart mirror was still shining brightly. At this moment, it was actually swallowing the soul power that spread out when the Zizai god demon was destroyed. Till date, Zhongshou had killed several shadow demons, and their grades weren't low. He had never encountered such a weird situation before, until just now, when he killed the Zizai god demon. The illusionary heart mirror sent a strong desire to him. This was also one of the reasons why Zhongshou gave up on chasing. The soul power that the Zizai god demon spread out was simply too vast. The illusionary heart mirror needed a certain amount of time to swallow it. Without 4 to 6 hours, it wouldn't be completed. On the other side, Chu Shue had already used a hand seal to borrow the strength of one of her protector beasts, the Black Qilin beast, to petrify the collapsing mountain, stopping the collapse of this place. Zhongshou looked at his little Shue with praise. Then, he grabbed the god demon energy crystal and the night demon golden pellet. That was because those 2 night demon venerables had turned into sand under the Styx River Death sword. Even the golden pellets in their bodies had died. This was why there was only 1 night demon golden pellet left. After refining it, he could use it to refine into the 3,000 Great Path stars. At this moment, the Saint Great Instant Space Dragon pellets and golden pellets in his hands had increased to a total of 13. However, he didn't have time to refine them. The Shadow Demon Energy Crystal was also useful to him, but it wasn't as beneficial as Little Gold. He casually tossed the crystal into the Lingjie ring that Little Gold was in. However, there was no reaction. Little Gold's body constricted into a ball, and it had no intention of swallowing it. Was its grade too high, and it felt that it couldn't swallow it? Zhongshou took out the crystal and tried to place it in front of the illusionary heart mirror. However, the mirror also didn't show any signs of absorbing the shadow demon power within. It seemed like this illusionary heart mirror couldn't swallow physical objects. Zhongsho shook his head and kept the crystal. For now, it seemed like this item had no use. At this moment, Osamu Hara had flashed to his side. His tone was filled with regret. What a waste! 4 of them ran away. Zhongsho, you shouldn't have said that there were only 2 of them left. With the situation just now, it wasn't impossible to keep the 4 of them here. Only Chi Hongyi's cultivation was high, and he had reached late Saint Realm. The spin word divine art was incomparably powerful. Whether or not he could be killed was still uncertain. However, to go up against the power of the Book of Ian, his combat strength was reduced by 80%. Your Majesty can't bear to see us die. Shen Yuexian shook his head and looked towards Zhongsho with a weird gaze. At the crucial moment, he couldn't make a decision and wasn't willing to give up on the lives of his subjects. This wasn't something a wise ruler would do. However, it wasn't surprising as the person in front of him was the Saint Lord of the world. Although there are 2 more chances to revive. But if we want to kill all 4 of them, according to my calculations, I'm afraid we'll have to die at least 3 times before we can do it. Zhongsho smiled helplessly. He first took out a heaven and earth bag and then tossed out 2 life and death series from his spiritual sense. Osamu Hara was instantly speechless. Zhongsho only had 1,200 low-grade celestial stones in his bag. Such an intense battle could at most last for half an incense stick of time. As for the life and death series, more accurately, there was only 1.5. So we are lucky this time? They didn't dare to take the risk and fled? It can't be said to be luck. Shen Yuexian shook his head once more. If we continue, the 4 of us have a higher chance of winning. However, the price we have to pay is a little high. Chi Hongyi has a weird personality, but he cares a lot about his life and definitely won't take the risk. Osamu Hara thought about it and felt that it did make sense. However, he was still a little unwilling. Just now, Chi Hongyi smashed his body, and that kind of pain wasn't something a normal person could imagine. He hated this demon path giant to the extreme. He could only mutter in disdain. To think that you are the ruler of a country with 76 worlds under you and 20% of the cloud world. You are a little too poor. He casually waved, and tens of thousands of low-grade celestial stones flew over. Zhongsho sighed, thinking to himself that he didn't feel wronged. However, with the Book of Ian, there was nothing he could do. Thinking about it in his heart, he didn't hesitate to keep the celestial stones into his bag. Chapter 1130. Although he felt a little embarrassed to take the things of his subordinates, he could only follow the situation now. He was just borrowing these celestial stones and would naturally return them in the future. Even Shen Yuexian pulled out many low-grade celestial stones, roughly 20,000 of them. After all, he was a factionless cultivator, and this was all he had. Zhongsho actually had many. However, to go up against that Ian's spirit crystal and Chi Hongyi's spiritual energy. In less than 100 breaths, he used up close to 10,000 of them. Fortunately, this treasure had already been destroyed. That scarlet robe shouldn't have a second supreme Ian spirit crystal. If one used the Book of Ian Extreme Life, the consumption would be reduced by 10 times. This Ian spirit crystal is such a waste. If not, I might be able to use this item to craft a half-step god treasure. Or perhaps we can complete His Majesty's Universal Light Hall. Shen Yuexian's expression was filled with regret. Feeling rather regretful, he then asked, "Your Majesty, what plans do you have next?" At this moment, Zhongsho was looking through his gains. Osamu Hara's 10,000 Spirit Destruction Explosion Talisman was just too vicious. Not only were there no corpses of those below God Realm, but everything on their bodies was turned to dust in the chain of spiritual explosions, disappearing into nothingness. Luckily, the few Saint Realm experts all had many items left behind. However, there wasn't anything that made his eyes light up. The 4 of them all had top treasures in their hands. Normal celestial artifacts were nothing to them. This was also within his expectations. These people took a huge risk to enter the cloud world. Only an idiot would bring all of his belongings here with him. A few suitable treasures along with enough celestial stones were enough. There were roughly 20,000 low-grade celestial stones. Zhongsho directly pulled them into his sleeves. Although the Aeon Spirit Crystal was already shattered, today's events woke him up. Who knew that using the Book of Aeon to go up against these Saint Realm experts would consume it so quickly? Even if they knew that the Book of Aeon was in his hands, who knew what other methods they would have to defend against it? In short, the more immortal stones he had, the better. He stuck a glance at the unconscious Su Xiao. He was already a little regretful that he was too generous before. Shaking his head, Zhongsho suppressed his evil thoughts of killing and robbing. He looked at the tomb behind him again. If that Zizai god demon didn't die under my sword, I would naturally chase him to the end. But now, up until now, he still didn't know exactly what sort of methods Li Bieshue had used in his scheme. Therefore, even if there were only 3 saints left, he would still go all out. He would not stop until he had killed all of these people and gotten rid of all future troubles. However, at that moment, the scene from earlier occurred. The remaining 2 Zizai god demons and Qi Hongyi had already split up. The Shadow Demon clan was known for their vengeance, and the chances of the 2 sides working together again were extremely slim. Qi Hongyi used a Zizai god fiend to die for Han Qing. Was it because he had no other choice, or was it intentional? This was something worth discussing. For these demon path lords to be able to reach such a stage, none of them were simple. However, thanks to this battle, Zhongsho estimated that the Night Demon Clan's attack on Yuanren World would have to slow down for a period of time. Shen Yuexian knew what he meant. If they continued to chase now, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. On the contrary, they had already fallen behind the 12 copper men and couldn't drag on any longer. He nodded his head. Although I can't be totally at ease, if it is just Qi Hongyi alone, the threat is really small. In another day and a half, the Aeon energy in this place would return to its peak. At that time, not only will the dragon formation increase in power, but the corpse tomb will also be destroyed. The strength of the tens of millions of corpse soldiers in the tomb will also increase by a level. Chu Shui only listened to Zhongsho. She would do whatever Zhongsho said, so naturally, she didn't have any objections. Osamu Hara also didn't care, only that Qi Hongyi escaped, which made him a little unhappy. At this moment, Zhongsho was looking at the silver ball in Shun Yueshuan's hand. It was a spiritual treasure, but it had a defensive ability that was almost on par with a divine treasure. It was truly shocking. Shun Yuexian smiled when he saw the situation. This item is called the 1,000 Black Iron Leaf Flower. I spent at least 100 years designing this treasure. Mechanisms and restrictions are used to the extreme. It is one of my proudest works. Unfortunately, it takes too long to activate, enough time for others to kill me 10 times over. There's also a time limit, at most 4 hours. Zhongsho didn't think much of it. Although it took a long time, Shun Yuexian had many methods. Like just now, the 2 waves of peacock needles caused Qi Hongyi to be unable to do anything. In this cloud world, there were only a handful of people who could get close to him under the rain of needles. Apart from End Realm cultivators, there weren't more than 10. That didn't even include Qi Hongyi. It wasn't that his cultivation wasn't high enough, but that he was good at attacking and not defending. It was tough for him to deal with the peacock needles. To have such a defensive god treasure to protect one's body, it was pretty much the same as being undefeatable for these 4 hours. Following which, Qin Yueshuan's tone changed. Actually, when this subject refined this item, due to the limitations of my financial resources, I had to cut corners. The complete version should be able to be used for 12 hours. If your majesty is able to gather enough materials, I can help you craft one. This time, not only was Zhongsho moved, but even Osamu Hara was tempted. With such a god treasure protecting him, he didn't need to worry about himself when controlling the puppet. Then, with his ability, normal Saint Realm cultivators would be invincible. Zhongsho was thinking about his few women. No matter how high Irin, Kong Yao, and the others were, or what methods they had to defend themselves, it was tough for him to be at ease. Let's discuss this matter in the future. Zhongsho suppressed the urge to go bankrupt and craft 1 or 2. He patted the back of Su Xiaoxiao's head. The demoness let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was misty and captivating. Moments later, her eyes regained their clarity. Su Xiao first glanced at this place and already understood the situation. Did Brother Shou win this time? How many venerables have fallen? 3 or 4? Her tone was slightly cold and surprised. She expected that Zhong Shou had enough chances of winning. However, she didn't expect it to be so clean. The 4 people in front of her were pretty much unharmed. Su Xiao sniffed again and became petite again. It's a pity that Qi Hongyi still managed to escape. My fiancée didn't die under Brother Shou's sword. What a waste. In the future, my husband will have a lot of problems. When Zhong Shou heard Su Xiao's words, he felt that his entire body wasn't right. Why did it sound like he was drooling over Su Xiao's beauty and then wanted to kill her husband? What kind of nonsense was this? Also, wasn't her nose a little too sensitive? She knew just by smelling? Scoffing, Zhong Shou didn't bother. He directly looked at the small world in front of him that was like a celestial realm. Stop talking nonsense. It isn't early, and we can't waste any more time. He could vaguely sense that the dragon formation was continuing to spread over. A wave of destructive energy was also gathering unceasingly. Once those restrictions were satisfied, what would follow would be a mountain-toppling and ocean-flipping blow. Zhong Shou led the way and stepped into the main tomb. Then, at the first moment, he felt a wave of bone-piercing coldness attack him. Looking from the outside, this world seemed really peaceful. However, only by stepping into it would one be able to sense the sinister power and dangerous killing intent that permeated the main tomb. There was also a fragrance that made one dizzy which spread into the air. When one smelled it, it was really refreshing, but when one got familiar with it, it made one feel disgusted. Mixed within was the smell of rotting corpses. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou was thinking about Wushang Yuan demon Li Bieshue. After this counterattack, the red-robed man was alone in the tomb. No matter what Li Bieshue was planning, he wouldn't be able to complete it. Who knows what kind of expression Wushang Yuan demon would have if he knew about this? Just as Zhong Shou was thinking about Li Bieshue, within the Sky Demon vast habitat, within the Yuan demon residence, Li Bieshue was expressionless as he poured a bottle of boiling water into the teacup in front of him. The highest grade celestial tea, just the smell alone was enough to make one calm down. However, in the past, all of this was done by the servants of a Yuan demon residence. The reason why Li Bieshue personally brewed the tea was because there were dozens of corpses in the building. They were all uninjured and their eyes were wide open, filled with shock. Not far away was Madame Demon Lotus. At this moment, she was terrified and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. These Yuan demon residence attendants who had passed away forever were all killed by a single thought of Li Bieshue when he was enraged. Within 100 breaths, 4 Saint Realm venerables died in the Qin Emperor tomb. Although their demon path didn't suffer many losses, it caused all of Wushang Yuan demon's plans to go to waste. However, the wings were just too important to Li Bieshue. From this, one could see how annoyed this End Realm Saint Venerable was. She pitted those servants. These people had respected positions in the vast habitat and had the chance to be ordered by Li Bieshue. He was so arrogant that he didn't even place a God Realm cultivator like her in his eyes. However, at this moment, she became the only person Li Bieshue could vent his anger on. When the bitter and sweet tea entered his mouth, Li Bieshue's mood finally recovered. He laughed instead of being angry. What a bloodsword monster lord! What a counterattack! It seems like I have underestimated this Cloud World Saint King. He is really decisive, and there aren't any flaws at all. Li Bieshue said this, and his gaze swept across Demon Lotus. Are you afraid? Actually, there is no need for that. You are useful, and they are useless, so naturally, they deserve to die. Demon Lotus forcefully maintained her calm. So, the reason why she was still alive was because she was still useful. She didn't dare to directly reply, and persuaded, Sir, why do you need to worry? Our demon path didn't suffer any losses in this battle. With the red-robed venerable's ability, he definitely won't disappoint you. Chapter 11:31. You can't say that. Originally, we just needed to block the tomb and lock down his escape path. However, with Qi Hongyi's strength alone, we won't be able to do much. Li Bieshue shook his head. He didn't seem dejected and didn't show much emotion either. This matter is a little problematic. Demon Lotus kept silent once more. The problem was that Li Bieshue couldn't directly attack the tomb. At this moment, the various saint venerables in the world were paying a lot of attention to the tomb. He was also worried that the Taoist factions Qing Xian and Tai Wan would notice something. After all, one of Ranwu King's biggest enemies was the Taoist faction. It was hard to say how much those few Taoist saint venerables knew about the Xian increasing law-containing wings. At this moment, they were probably curious. After the demon path negotiated with much difficulty, in less than 4 months, they started a plot to kill Zhongshou. Going against one's words wasn't a rare thing for the demon path people. However, to do such a thing when Song Xingdao and the Qian were at their peak, and they were really weak, no matter how one looked at it, they were just asking to die. However, Li Bieshue did it, so wasn't that surprising? Moreover, the Qin Emperor had gathered all the Qi cultivators in the world to work with the Mahists and Legalists to develop a method to deal with end-realm saint venerables. The 12 Copper Men were one of the achievements of the Mahists. The 12 Copper Men formed a formation, and it was said that they could suppress all end-realm saint venerables within 1,000 miles by half a grade. The remaining Qi cultivators and legalists also deduced several methods to go up against end-realm saint venerables. However, no one knew about them. All these secrets were hidden within the Qin Emperor tomb. This was the forbidden land of all end-realm saint venerables. One must know that when Qin ruled the world, most of the end-realm saint venerables in the cloud world avoided them. Qin wiped out the Confucians, but the 3 saint venerables of the Confucian faction were helpless. 2 of them died, and the remaining one was forced to hide outside of the cloud world. This was why Li Bieshue wanted to borrow the strength of the 2 alien races. At this time, 4 of the 7 saint realm experts had fallen because of Zhongshou's counterattack. However, in truth, Li Bieshue was only relying on Qi Hongyi, and he was indeed not strong enough. While she was thinking hard, Li Bieshue had already made a decision. He raised his hand and tossed over a jade talisman that was engraved with purple devil runes. Take this item to the extreme north and seal it back to the mountain. If that person is willing to make a soul oath and promise to do this for me, you can release him. Remember to come back quickly. I want this person to appear in the Qin Emperor tomb within half a day. Demon Lotus couldn't help being stunned. Shouldn't he activate the spare chess piece next? She had seen it with her own eyes that day and knew that Li Bieshue had another method. Then he understood. Was it because of what Zhongshou said when Qi Hongyi left? Because the Against the Heavens demon technique really couldn't block Zhongshou's Styx River Death Sword? But what was the connection between all of this? Was Wushang Yuan demon really so far-sighted and wanted to develop a top talent inheritor for the demon sect? She didn't understand, but she didn't dare to continue thinking about it. She kept the jade talisman into her sleeves. Only now did she come back to her senses. Extreme North Seal back to the mountain? Was it because of that person? Immediately, she felt a chill run down her spine. That person was someone who caused both the righteous path and demon path to change their expressions. Was Li Bieshue really going to release him? Indeed, for the sake of the profound, increasing law-containing wings, this sacred venerate was willing to pay any price. Demon Lotus sighed for Zhongshou in her heart. If that person came out, this Qian ruler would most probably have a slim chance of survival. Pretty much at the same time, within the Qin Emperor tomb, there were also people observing Zhongshou and his group who were entering the main tomb. Shuriwei stood with his hands behind his back on a hill. Beside him was a huge crystal in the shape of an eyeball. This was the Chaos Crystal Eye, one of the god items in the world. However, it had no other use except for the word peek. It could peek into all things and understand the essence of matter, the true meaning of laws. It could also shine billions of miles and even peek into dozens of worlds. However, at this moment, the Chaos Crystal, I was able to see the tracks of Zhong Shou's group of 5. Originally, it was to observe the few alien race Saint Realm Venerables working together to see what they were planning. However, coincidentally, it saw that really exciting scene that made one want to slap the table and exclaim. 3 Night Demon Venerables fell to Zhong Shou's sword. Then, another Zizai, god demon, followed in the footsteps of the former and was killed in one sword. He even saw the conversation between the few of them clearly. The Chaos Crystal, I couldn't hear anything, but with the cultivation of the few people present, it wasn't difficult for them to read lips. Life and death serious, Styx River Death Sword. This Saint Ruler surprises me each time, and his methods are really sharp. It seems like we don't have to worry about those few Saint Realm Venerables. Since they were already dead, naturally, there was no need to worry about them. However, Shuriwe frowned. However, why is the demon sect doing this? Even risking the world to work together with the alien race? There was no one else beside him. There were only 3 people. One of them was Shurwuji. He wore silver-black armor, and his face was as cold as ice. Compared to a few years ago, when he just entered the cultivation world, he was still very curious. At this moment, Shurwuji was like a giant rock that wouldn't shake. That silver-black armor hid a mountain-like and ocean-like power that couldn't be measured. The other 2 people were Gongsun Minglai and Xionan. They were the top generals beside him. There was a man who once tore 17 God Realm cultivators apart with his bare hands within 200 breaths on a battlefield, and he was completely unharmed. The other one used his God Realm body to fight Saint Realm Venerables and wasn't at a disadvantage. To be able to take down 70 worlds in a short few years, the 2 of them had done a lot. Different from Zhong Shou's explosive rise, the Shur family had been passed down for thousands of years and had a lot of foundations. Especially in the past 2 generations, Shur Qianli had painstakingly managed the Shur clan for decades, causing many rare talents to gather among the generals and retainers of the Shur clan. It allowed the Shur family to have enough talents to use, amongst which 20 of them could take charge. Gongsun Minglai and Xiao Nin were the top ones amongst them. Even after taking down those 70 worlds, they didn't have to worry about lacking manpower. However, the speed of their consolidation was far better than the empty Deqian celestial dynasty. To make someone like Wushang Yuan Demon go crazy, one must have enough benefits to drive him. Xionan smiled, his eyes filled with an indiscernible glow. My guess is that Zhong Shou has something that is blocking that Wushang Yuan Demon. Either he has something on him that Li Bieshue is drooling over. Taisher cultivates the Yin Dao and has a Dao path battle with Zhong Shou. The 2 of them are enemies. However, would Wushang Yuan Demon really go all out for Taisher to take advantage of the situation? Gongsun Minglai took in a deep breath. As for items, is there anything in the world that Li Bieshue is interested in? The Book of Ian is not bad, but there is no need to pay such a price, unless there is something that can help his cultivation improve. Although he said that, he wasn't sure. Who knew whether or not Taisher had promised Wushang Yuan Demon some benefits or some other reason? As for what could make Li Bieshue interested, he really couldn't think of anything. Shuriwe also knew that such discussions wouldn't lead to anything. Before he knew more information, he wouldn't be able to guess Li Bieshue's true intentions. On the other hand, Zhong Shou's improvement in the sword path was really surprising. Although he had used the Sword of Death just now, it contained a rich Taoist rhyme. Originally, he thought that since this person walked the path of going from complicated to simple, he would definitely catch up to him and even leave him behind. However, even now, they were still on the same level. He relied on the Chaos Crystal to go from simple to complicated, which was really easy. Zhong Shou grasped the Book of Ian life, and his cultivation wasn't at a disadvantage. The only thing he was better at was lifespan. However, if he stepped into End Realm, what was the point of having so much lifespan? Shaking his head, Shuriwe stopped the topic. There is no need for us to worry about that, Deqian Emperor. At least in this tomb, before we fight for the Copper Man, we are friends and not enemies. That person definitely knows about it. While speaking, Shuriwa looked toward the small world where Xianan City was. Only want to know whether or not Shufu returned to the cloud world. Did he reach End Realm? Even your chaos crystal, I can't see what is going on. So how can we know the details? Gong's son Minglai smiled bitterly. However, I still have the same thoughts as before. At this moment, it is too dangerous over there. We know that there are 4 Saint Realm Qi cultivators. Even if we don't count the 12 copper men, there are 20 Saint Realm Corpse generals. We also don't know what is going on with that Qin Emperor. It isn't a wise choice to enter. Shuriwa smiled. If we don't enter the tiger's den, how can we get the tiger cub? If we want to know the reason, we still have to enter to take a look. Out of the 4 of them, only Shiwuji was slightly distracted as he looked towards Zhongsho. Saint Ruler. A few months ago, he had gone to Gantian Mountain to take a look and participated in the Confucian discussion. He had also walked around the Qian territory. The people were rich and the taxes were light. The laws were heavy and they loved the people. The people lived in peace and the ruler ruled the world together with the officials. Although there were all kinds of illegal things happening in places where the great Qian dynasty couldn't reach, officials and merchants colluding with each other to oppress the people, and there were even cases of people embezzling money from the national treasury and raising taxes privately. However, one could see that everything was turning for the better. Although in a short few years, the Donglin cities with Gantian Mountain City as the core were showing signs of prosperity. This was probably the scene of the 3 ancient emperors ruling the world. No wonder the Confucian faction wanted to restore the rule of the 3 emperors. No wonder more and more Confucian faction people recognized Zhongsho as the true saint ruler. Then, was he going to be enemies with such a person in the future? Chapter 1132. If the entire cloud world was ruled by this Deqian ruler, then in just a few years, the people of the 5 continents and 12 islands would be able to enjoy a prosperous era and not suffer the pain of war, right? However, be it the Taishang Emperor Enyu, the Shi family, or his grandfather Shi Qianli, they wouldn't give up their land just like that. Even Shuriwa, who was magnanimous and always pitied the people, wouldn't give up. In the end, the cloud world was going to experience a war that would last for who knows how long. During the calamity, who knows how many lives would be lost. Sometimes, even Shi Qianli himself couldn't understand. Was power really so intoxicating, such that people wouldn't give up on it? Even he, after the Shi family slowly took control of a portion of the military, it was like he was addicted to poppy, craving for the fragrance of power. Although the Shi family wasn't one of the 5 great families, they had used the Battle of God-Falling Plains to become the top power within the Taishan. They controlled the 12 provinces in the southwest. The military power they held even exceeded that of the imperial city. Outside, they had 70 worlds and millions of troops as reinforcements. Their strength was not much weaker than the current overlord of the cloud world. As a direct bloodline disciple of the Shi family, he was also accepted by the entire Shi family. Slowly, they placed their hopes on him. At this moment, a casual word from him could decide the lives and futures of many people. He could look down on the people like an ant. Although Shiwuji woke up from time to time and reflected on himself every day. However, many times he unknowingly hurt many people and he didn't even notice. 6 years ago, he was a commoner struggling at the bottom. 6 years later, he was one of the richest and most powerful people in the Taishan. However, was this what he wanted? He remembered that a few years ago, even when he was at his weakest, hungriest, and most helpless, the ambition in his chest didn't disappear. One day, when he stood out, he would let the people in the world have their own fields and houses to live in. He wanted to totally destroy that man-eat-man world. One day, even if he was rich and powerful, he wouldn't be able to casually trample on others. He would also let the people in the world not be trapped by sickness and death. The tragedy of his mother being seriously ill, but having no money to treat her illness would no longer happen. These absurd thoughts would only be laughable when they grew up. They were just dissatisfied with reality and unrealistic expectations. However, in the Gantian Mountain City he went to, it was slowly coming true. His ideal world had actually appeared in reality. Even if there were still various deficiencies and hidden dangers, he couldn't ask for more. His uncle, Shiryu, was ambitious and bold. His courage and insight were outstanding. Regardless of ability or wisdom, he did not think twice about the world. He also had the ambition to rule the world. However, would his uncle be able to do all of this in the future? Sure, Wuji was in a daze, until Shiryu's voice woke him up. Wuji, what do you think? When Shiryu asked this question, Gongsun Minglai and Xiao Nen also cast their gazes over. His gaze was solemn. He didn't underestimate Sure Wuji just because of his young age. Sure Wuji had a rare combat martial body, and his intuition was astonishing. Not only could it be used in martial arts, but it could also be used on the battlefield. During these few years, Sure Wuji's strength had soared. His cultivation speed even exceeded that of Shiryu in the past. He swiftly rose up in the army and became one of the generals that the Sure family relied on the most. During these few years of conquering the outer region, due to Sure Wuji's intuition towards danger, the Sure family was able to avoid many dangers, winning battle after battle and advancing swiftly. With these deeds in front of them, the two of them naturally paid a lot of attention to Sure Wuji's judgment. It is really dangerous. I feel like this small world is about to come alive. Without hesitating, Sure Wuji weighed his words and tried his best to express his feelings clearly. This was indeed what he felt in his heart. Ever since he had entered this place, the sense of disharmony and danger had been plaguing his mind. However, if I were to choose, I would still go in and take a look. No matter what happens in the tomb, our Sure family will be the first to bear the brunt. Shiryu's eyes were filled with praise. That was indeed the case. Be it Inu obtaining the 12 copper men, or if something happened in the tomb, the Taishan country will be the first to bear the brunt. Given Inu's personality, he would definitely settle the internal affairs first before settling the external affairs. However, if that Qin emperor were to revive and rule the world again, would he choose the Central Plateaus, which was in a state of disunity and war, or the Great Qian dynasty, which was prosperous and had a thriving military force? Be it, what was more gratifying was that Sure Wuji's words had already treated him as a part of the Sure family. At this moment, Sure Wuji only pointed to the southwest. I feel that it is best to enter from the southwest. That place should be the safest. Shiryu nodded his head in deep thought and didn't ask for the reason. This was Sure Wuji's intuition. Even if he asked, Sure Wuji wouldn't be able to say the reason and would only say that it was his intuition. Later events would often prove that Sure Wuji's judgment was correct. Then let's go southwest. Take a detour there to enter the city. Sure Wuji didn't listen carefully. He was in a daze once more as he continued to think about what happened just now. Spiritual energy exploded, instantly charging several miles of land. It caused the 4 black deer, whose bodies were totally deformed, to explode into pieces. They turned into black mud and scattered all around. Osamu Hara's mind didn't relax. Instead, he became more wary. He knew that these black deer didn't actually die, but their bodies were temporarily shattered. In just a short while, they would be able to recover. Their souls were scattered and restrained within this world. Even with his 10,000 spirit extinction ability, it was tough for him to wipe them out. Looking from the outside, this place was indeed really peaceful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. However, the moment he entered, he realized that every blade of grass, tree, leaf, and flower was dead. The beasts that lived within had all turned into bone-chilling monsters under the attack of the thick corpse energy. Under the restrictions of this small world, it was tough for them to be wiped out. Walking within this small world, one would face the risk of dying at every moment. Even a small blade of grass, if it suddenly exploded, would show abilities in combat strength that God Realm cultivators couldn't have. In comparison, the mechanisms in the tomb were like child's play. The red and white flames suddenly burned, giving off an intense white light. Zongsho tossed Xiaori out, revealing its 100-foot Qilin form. The moment it appeared, its face was frowning and its eyes were filled with disgust. With its body as the center, within 10,000 feet, there was a sizzling sound. That was the corpses and corpses after being burned and purified. However, the corpse energy was really thick, and 10,000 feet away, it was still fine. What was also released was the black Qilin. This Qilin was forcefully swallowed by Xiaori and fell to late God Realm. Although Xiaoguan forcefully used his powers to set up a spirit contract with it, making it one of Zhongshou's protector beasts. However, it still couldn't hide its hatred towards Zhongshou. However, it knew that it couldn't resist. This black Qilin was quite tame and didn't resist Zhongshou's orders. At this moment, it was greedily absorbing the darkness power in this world. However, it also didn't care about the corpse's power. It only liked to absorb the purest darkness hidden within the corpse's power. The Saint Qilin's light burned, and the black Qilin's darkness sucked. Through Zhongshou, they were transforming one another. Slowly, this region was purified. That weird fragrance disappeared, and only thick corpse energy was left. Everything in front of them returned to normal. The grass and trees withered, and those beasts slowly turned into bones. However, as long as Zhongshou and the others passed by, these purified places would swiftly recover back to normal. However, with that, the 5 of them were much faster, and they didn't need to defend against the attacks of these dead things. With these 2 black and white Qilins, any weird phenomenon caused by vengeful power and death energy couldn't get close to 10,000 feet. So, Taisher Demon Lord's black Qilin is in your hands. Su Xiaoxiao blinked and looked at the black Qilin. Her eyes were filled with shock. In the past, Taisher Demon Lord Protector Spiritual Pet was peak Saint Realm. At this moment, even if it fell to God Realm, with the abilities that it grasped and its understanding of the laws, it wouldn't be able to do anything. Normal Saint Realm cultivators weren't the match of this black Qilin. This should be another trump card of Zhongshou. However, what Su Xiaoxiao was more curious about was how the black and white Qilin could coexist. That was just unimaginable. However, Zhongshou managed to do it. Was it the unlimited beginning and end technique that he created? Actually, we should have let them out long ago. Otherwise, we could have saved 8 hours. With the purification of the black and white Qilin along with her Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique, apart from the dragon formation, the other dead things wouldn't be able to do anything to them. It is not that I don't want to, but that I can't. Zhongshou shook his head. Actually, he still couldn't control the black Qilin that he named Xiaoya. This time, he had no choice. He was too far behind and could only use the power of the black Qilin to get close to the center of the small world. In his heart, he was thinking about the battle not long ago. When he left, he felt like someone was spying on him. At first, he thought that it was Li Bieshue. With an end realm Saint Venerable skills, it wasn't surprising. Then, he felt that it wasn't right. Luckily, it didn't last for long and disappeared in just a few moments. Was it the Xian peeking mirror? Or the chaos crystal eye? Just as he was thinking about it, Zhongshou saw 2 people in the distance. One of them was actually someone he was really familiar with. Jingyin? Zhongshou instinctively increased his speed and flew over. She was also heading towards where Zhongshou was at. Jingyin was the first to descend, walking barefoot. Many lotuses formed beneath her feet, and all the power dissipated. When she got close, she looked at Zhongshou with a weird expression. Did the future Buddha go through a tribulation not long ago? Jingyin's voice turned serious, and her tone was filled with shock. Jingyin feels like there is another killing tribulation that is about to descend. Is 10 times more dangerous than before. It seems to be related to something that can allow the Buddha to instantly confirm the Tao and roam the 9 heavens. It might be a person, a matter, or an item. I am unable to confirm. Chapter 11:33. I feel that Buddha Venerable is about to die. Another calamity was about to befall him, and it would be 10 times more dangerous than before. It seems to be related to an item that can allow you to instantly confirm your Tao and roar in the 9 heavens. It might be a person, an item, or an item. I am unable to confirm. Confirm Tao? Roar in the 9 heavens? When Zhongshou heard this, he felt that it was preposterous and broke out into a laugh. If there really is such a thing, then it would be great. In his heart, he didn't care much. There was no lack of spiritual pills and medicine in the world. However, something that could allow a late celestial realm like him to instantly confirm his doubt definitely didn't exist. Future Buddha Venerable Jingyin Buddha is the top person below the few Buddhas in our Buddha country. She wrote the Jingming world viewing scripture to predict everything in the world. The person who spoke was someone beside Jingyin. She wore a white monk robe. Her features were beautiful, and she gave off a transcendent aura. So future Buddha Venerable, please don't underestimate her. Zhongsho was instantly stunned. Jingyin Buddha? Was she referring to Jingyin? Looking closely, Zhongsho's expression slowly turned solemn. He noticed that although the woman in front of him looked the same as Jingyin, her actions and aura were slightly different. Moreover, her cultivation had actually reached God realm. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongsho asked seriously, "Which Jingyin are you? Do you remember the Jun Tian celestial manor? Was it the one she had sex with? Or was it the one who should still be in Yuanren world?" The reason why he mentioned the Jun Tian celestial manor was because he was referring to that time when Lin Xuan pranked her. He wanted to know whether or not the woman in front of him had any memories. Jingyin's jade white face was a little embarrassed. However, she instantly recovered. Disciple doesn't know what Buddha Venerable is talking about. Her tone was really cold. There wasn't much closeness and also wasn't an expression that pushed people thousands of miles away. Disciple only knows that your current calamity is related to this matter. That is something that can allow you to reach the heavens in one step. When used in sword techniques, it can allow you to enter the supreme realm. If you are willing to become a Buddha, you can take over your current position. If he was willing to become a king, he would be able to suppress all worlds. If you only wish to cultivate, then you will be able to achieve immortality. After pondering for a moment, Jingyin said, "It should be something that can increase Xian Qi. It is the Buddha Supreme's fate and also the Buddha Supreme's calamity. If he could break it before the true calamity, he would be invincible in the world. If you can't see through it, you will die." At first, Zhongsho did not think much of it. However, when he saw Jingyin's serious expression, he immediately changed his mind. His eyes gradually showed that he was deep in thought. Buddha Jingyin? He hadn't heard much about it in his previous life, so it should only be circulated in the outer realms. In this world, he first learned about the existence of Buddha Jingyin from the common people's vast habitat scriptures. However, he had already experienced the female Buddha's power of prophecy. That day in Tsangling world, he used this woman's spiritual words to interfere such that the few Saint Realm venerables couldn't find out what happened when he used the unlimited Buddha body to kill Lu Wushuang. Later on, Lin Xuan also specially explained to him. She seemed to be really worried about this Buddha Jingyin, like she had some conflicts with him. This woman was so careful, so he really couldn't underestimate her. Osamuhara, Shunyuexian, and that monk were all really serious. A weird expression flashed across their eyes. Following this, Jingyin looked at Su Xiaoxiao. Her eyes were really pure, without any impurities at all. That thing should have something to do with this girl. Su Xiaoxiao was still smiling like a flower. There was no change at all, like she didn't care about what Jingyin said. Zhongsho's sharp senses noticed that there was a slight fluctuation in Su Xiaoxiao's spiritual sense. It was really well hidden. If he did not do something to her soul after he knocked her out, he wouldn't have noticed. All of a sudden, he thought back to Wushang Yuan demon Li Bieshue. This demon path supreme venerable suddenly went against the agreement, not hesitating to work with the alien races to kill him in the Qin Emperor tomb. This matter was really weird. Could it be because of the thing that Buddha Jingyi mentioned? Xian increasing technique? Since it could allow one to reach the heavens in one step and lead to eternal life, then it would definitely be useful to others. It could make his sword technique godlike. So what would happen if it was Li Bieshue? In this way, Li Bieshue's strange behavior could be explained. Thinking about it carefully, Zhongsho first used his spiritual sense to organize the items in his heaven and earth bag. In just a moment, he confirmed that there was nothing that matched what Jingyin mentioned. The one that was a little suspicious was that wing-shaped black iron. However, when Zhongsho spread his spiritual sense over, there was no reaction at all. He had tried before, but no matter what he did, he was unable to identify it and find out what was going on within. Furthermore, the origin of this item was only a mid-level sect that had perished 8,000 years ago. Since there was such a god item, how would it be wiped out? Next would be that Imperial Demon Slaying Records remnant page. To Zhongsho, if there was something that could make one's sword technique godlike, reaching the Saint Realm in one step, then it was most probably this item. Although this remnant page only recorded one sword formation. However, one could use this item to search for the other parts of the Imperial Demon Slaying Records. As for the Book of Ian Extreme Life, it might have been possible in the past, but now it wasn't possible. Lastly, there was that world viewing instrument that was nowhere to be found. He thought back to the past few years, thinking back to the matters of the past. Zhongsho's face was filled with doubt. He really couldn't find any connection between the two. Jingyin said that this matter had something to do with Su Xiaoxiao. Did this demon girl know what she was thinking? Why don't we capture him immediately and interrogate him carefully? Brother Shou, if I really know something, why would you leave? Why would Yuan Demon allow Su Xiaoxiao to come to your side? Looking at his expression, Su Xiaoxiao knew that she was in danger. Her face was filled with grievances. If Brother Shou wants to interrogate me, I won't resist. I just want to say that if I can say it, I definitely won't hide it from you. Zhongsho scoffed and didn't say a word. However, thinking about it, Su Xiaoxiao's explanation did make sense. He didn't believe that Su Xiaoxiao would tell him the truth. At most, he could only believe 10% of her words. However, if he was Li Bieshue, he definitely wouldn't allow Su Xiaoxiao to reveal secrets here. She either really didn't know or she knew but was restricted by Wu Shang Yuan Demon, such that she couldn't say it. Even if he took her down now, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. Jingyin, since you can predict everything, then can't you predict what this matter is? Is it an elixir, a spiritual treasure, a clue to some ancient artifact, or a person? He was thinking to himself whether or not this 10,000 spirit essence body had the ability to help one's cultivation. I can predict everything, but I don't know everything. Moreover, each time I predict something, I will have to pay a price. Jingyin shook her head. Her face was really cold, and her eyes were filled with loss. The future isn't something that can't be changed. I only saw a few scenes, a few tributaries of the River of Destiny. One of them was you holding a blood sword, millions of feet of spiritual wings spread out behind you, leading billions of troops and looking down on the world. As for the other one, it's the scene of the Buddha Supremacy's death in a dark place. She continued, "You are the most unpredictable person I have seen in my life. You are also the most unpredictable." Is that so? Zhongsho only felt that there were many questions in his mind, but he was unable to get any answers. This Jingyin really knew how to mess with his thoughts. In the end, he could only shake his head and retract all these random thoughts. Just now, you said that if I could solve it before the true body-destroying tribulation, I would be invincible in the world. If I couldn't solve it, I would die. You also said that a killing tribulation was about to descend. Is there a connection between the two? Is the so-called true body-destroying tribulation in the Qin Emperor tomb? I'm not sure. Jingyin was hesitant and said uncertainly, "I saw where you died and it had nothing to do with the tomb. However, I was unable to confirm it. However, I know that any living being who has the Xian increasing law holding item will be surrounded by a killing tribulation. Unless one proves the true Tao, otherwise it will never end." So that is the case. Zhongsho heaved a sigh of relief. To ask him to find clues to the Xian increasing law holding item within a day was a little tough. However, what was the killing tribulation that was 10 times more dangerous than before? 4 of the 7 Saint Realm experts had already fallen. Just Qi Hongyi alone wouldn't dare to appear in his line of sight. Once 24 hours passed and the 3 threads of celestial power recovered, no matter what that person did, he would be able to deal with it. then was the source of the killing tribulation within Xianyan City? Zhongshu thought about it while looking beside Jingyin. Then, may I ask which Buddhist venerable you are? My name is Guanzizai. That monk smiled with indescribable elegance. I am senior brother Jingyin. I am a bodhisattva. So it is Guanzizai. Zhongshu was filled with respect. Be it in the last life or now, this bodhisattva's name was like thunder in his ears. Bodhisattvas referred to saint realm experts in the Buddhist faction. Half a step to end realm could be called a Buddhist venerable. After end realm was the Buddhist ancestor. However, this Guanzizai was a really special person in the Buddhist faction. The Qin Emperor tomb opened in advance, and everyone wanted to take a look to search for treasures. Why are the two of you the only exception? Jingyin and Guanzizai exchanged glances with one another. The latter opened his mouth. There is a terrifying thing at the center of the small thousand. Once it awakens, it will not only be a calamity for the cloud world, but also for the various worlds. The two of us can't stop the people in the city, so we can only come out to prepare in case. We only hope that we could delay some time and restrict them. Zhongshu was shocked. This Qin emperor didn't truly die, so it seemed like there was no doubt about it. Looking at the environment here, those beasts that were buried with him were actually able to survive until today. The Qin emperor who was buried in the center of the dragon formation would naturally live for a longer time. Chapter 1134. Compared to Kong Rui's deduction of the weather and Zhang Huai's prediction of the tomb, Zhongshu felt that the situation wasn't good. In that case, Buddha Jingyin is certain that the dead Qin emperor will revive. Future Buddha thinks too highly of me. I really can't predict the Qin emperor matter. Jingyin shook his head. The tomb even has the ability to suppress end realm. Much less me. There are many branches in the future, and I am only seeing a portion of them. However, I did see signs of a calamity that I care about. The tomb doesn't have anything our Buddhist faction needs. Now, we are backing out to prepare, just in case. Suppress end realm? Zhongshu kept silent. Was there really such a restriction in the tomb? He was in deep thought, and a moment later he opened his mouth. If the Qin emperor revives, how are the two of you prepared to suppress him? If the Qin emperor revives, even if he isn't an end realm saint venerable, our strength is limited. Our abilities are limited. So how can we suppress him? However, since he is born from the evil power of the corpse, naturally, we have a way to deal with him. What our Buddhist faction can do is to weaken him. If he revives, naturally, there will be others to worry about. Guanzizai smiled. The few end realm saint venerables in the cloud world might not react, but in the dark, they are all waiting. Zhongshu thought to himself that it made sense. This calamity would affect the entire cloud world. Not only would Zhu Zi and Qing Xian pay attention, but Song Xingdao and Kinzo sect would also be wary. However, logically speaking, Yinyu's actions will be a huge problem for the few end realm saint venerables. However, why didn't anyone stop him from start to finish? Zhu Zi and Qing Xian purposely allowed him to do so. Maybe because of the 12 copper men, or maybe because they had other plans to turn the situation around. Then, why didn't Song Xingdao do it? Was it because the Confucian faction and Taoist faction were restricting him, which was why he didn't try to stop him? Or perhaps it was because Shi Zi had once entered the Qin Emperor's ancient tomb. Before he came, he really should have had a good chat with his Xian Shuang master. Just as he was deep in thought, Jingyin flicked out a black the size of a grain of rice. It was so dark that it could distort light. It was so dark that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. In an instant, it was already 3,000 feet away. Immeasurable beginning and end divine power? Zhongshu immediately recognized that this was related to his immeasurable beginning and end Dharma form. Back then, he had been pranked by Lin Xuanchuang and had spent a night with Jingyin. There was a special spiritual connection between them. It also allowed his black and white Dharma to be projected into Jingyin's soul, allowing her to use the unlimited beginning and end ability. His lips curled up. This Buddha Jingyin in front of him was indeed that Jingyin. Sure enough, a moment later, the black light exploded. Countless evil corpses were devoured by the darkness, and the whole area within 20 miles was devoured. Then, a moment later, it turned into a blazing white light. Like a small sun, it shone down on this small world. When the white light dissipated, a full 60 miles of land turned into pure land and was totally purified. However, Jingyin's forehead was covered in sweat. To remove evil power, our Buddhist faction uses the power of the Dari Buddha Venerable. Within a day, we should be able to gather 108 Arhat Buddhas in the cloud world. Chanting the Vairocana Mandala Sutra as well as the Dari King World Shining Heart Sutra, we can suppress and seal the vengeful and evil power here for 365 days. We can delay the revival of the Qin Emperor by 100 years. However, there are too many variables, and if we are slightly disturbed, we might fail. There are tens of millions of troops in the tomb and thousands of corpse generals. They're all huge threats. As she said this, Jingyin's expression was filled with anticipation and also a weird one. She looked at Zhongshou. However, the best method to purify and restrict is the unlimited beginning and end ability. Using the power of the future Buddha, it can shorten the time to 49 days. It can even suppress those corpse soldiers. If a golden body descends, that would be the best. Golden body? Zhongshou frowned. However, unexpectedly, he didn't resist. The so-called Buddhist faction golden body was gathered by the wish power of the believers. In the past, he had used it once in Songling World. However, to form the golden body, he needed to be willing himself. That is not impossible. However, can I truly form the Buddha body within the cloud world? As the saying goes, one must act according to the urgency of the situation. With the current dangerous situation, there was no other choice. Although his personality was a little awkward, he wouldn't allow a calamity to happen and cause the cloud world to fall into an irrecoverable state because of his small temper. He had enough ability, but didn't use it due to his selfishness. Then, what difference was there between him and the Taishang Emperor Yuanshan? Even if it was just for the billions of people under the Deqian rule, he wouldn't allow the Qin Emperor from 10,000 years ago to appear in the world. However, if the golden body that he formed was like the one in Songling World, only at the God realm level, then there was no need. He knew that the Buddhist faction had spread the news of the future Buddha in the cloud world to help him spread his teachings. However, in just a few years, how many believers could they have in the cloud world? Songling World was an exception. The people of that world believed that the future Buddha was the savior of the world and was their only hope to save them from their pain. This was why most of the believers were really sincere. Although the population in the cloud world was 100 times that of Songling World, and the spirituality of the believers was far greater than that of a medium-sized world, it was hard to say whether or not they could form a Saint Realm Buddha body. Guanzizai was delighted. As long as the Buddha head is willing, our Buddhist faction has spread the news of the future Buddha in 79 worlds, and we have over 10 billion believers. Now, the Buddha head has his own methods to lead our wish power to the cloud world. Although it is 1 in 10, it is not a problem to form a Buddha body. Is that so? Ba. Zhongshou made a soft woo sound and didn't hesitate as he nodded his head slightly. Okay. However, it is best if you do it quickly. He was also clear that the moment he said those words, there would be an unbreakable cause and effect between him and the Buddhist faction. However, not only did he have to deal with the revival of the Qin Emperor, but he also had to have more strength to protect himself before the killing calamity that was 10 times more dangerous arrived. Forming a Buddha body was undoubtedly a way to increase his strength. However, this time he borrowed the power of the Buddhist faction, and in the future he needed to repay the cause and effect. However, this time he asked the Buddha head to help, and it was like he was saving his life. It was like sending charcoal in the snow. Along with him killing Lu Wushuang in Songling World, how could he repay the cause and effect? It was okay if there was cause and effect, but once his Tao heart felt like it owed something, then there would be problems. At this moment, there were enough things that he cared about in his heart. If he used the dust in his Tao heart, that he couldn't bear to part with and couldn't get rid of, it could be used as motivation for his cultivation. However, sometimes it was also a burden and a burden. It caused his Tao heart to be covered in dust. Zhongshu sighed, and his eyes shone as he asked, "As the emperor of the Deqian celestial dynasty, I definitely won't try to obtain that future Buddha position. How will your Buddhist faction explain it in your teachings?" He was also curious about how the Buddhist faction was prepared to deal with his relationship with them in the future. The current situation was indeed a little awkward. "You aren't willing now, but that doesn't mean you won't be in the future." Guanzhizai smiled. "Not long ago, there was a Buddhist decree that was sent down. It said that before the future Buddha became a Buddha, he was the emperor of the mortal world and heaven world. He controlled the worlds as Sakura Heaven Emperor." Sakura Heaven. Zhongshu was stunned, and a weird feeling rose up in his heart. He thought to himself that there was such a thing. After talking for half an incense stick of time, everything was discussed properly. They also asked for a few drops of essence blood from Zhongshu before Guanzhizai and Jingyin left. They all knew that they had a race for every second, and they couldn't waste any more time. However, before they left, Zhongshu thought about something and suddenly spoke with a teasing tone. "Jingyin Buddha, my master has been missing you recently. If you have time, you can head to the common people's vast habitat to find her to catch up." Then there was a low cracking sound. Under Jingyin's feet, a full 100 miles of ground cracked and spread all about. The spiritual energy in the air was like a flood, and energy rang out. The surging power made one's heart jump. Jingyin's face was dark and sunken. Her eyes were filled with rage that couldn't be suppressed. The green veins at the corner of her forehead jumped up like they were forming the word well. The cold and otherworldly aura from before was totally gone. Just as everyone exchanged glances with one another, and Guanzhizai used his hand to cover his mouth, who knows whether or not he was laughing. Jingyin calmed down once more. After taking in a few deep breaths, she turned her head around. Her expression was normal as she smiled. "Disciple has just broken free from reincarnation and hasn't formed my true body. It is rare that Sister Xianshuang misses me so much. I am really happy. However, I can only apologize. After reviving, I have many things to do and temporarily don't have time to head to the common people's vast habitat. However, please pass on a message to her. Jingyin will definitely repay the kindness of that day." After saying this, she didn't waste any more time. She turned around and flew into the distance like a celestial. Zhongshu's lips curled up, thinking to himself that Jingyin's smile was really fake, making one's hair stand on end. However, she wasn't that pure white paper girl who could be played by anyone a year ago. It seemed like she hated Xianshuang's master deeply. Although he was the one who benefited from it, he was happy to see Lin Xuanshuang being taken revenge on. The grievances accumulated that time were indeed huge. He was really looking forward to it. Zhongshu turned his head and looked towards Xianan City. Jingyin needed at least a day to complete gathering and laying out the formation. He chanted the future unlimited prayer scripture to gather unlimited Buddhist power and shine down on the entire tomb region. After the Buddha body was formed, that would be when his combat strength was at its strongest. However, he definitely couldn't place all his hopes on the Buddhist faction during the Qin Emperor tomb battle. He himself also needed to have enough trump cards before he could succeed. Why did Shizi enter the tomb that year? Did he leave anything behind? Zhongshu took out the god-refined sword and wiped his blood on it. Chapter 1135. The god-refined sword spirit was formed by Shi Zi's spiritual sense. In this world, if there was anything that could track Shi Zi's tracks 10,000 years ago, it would be this god-refined sword spirit. As expected, when the blood was smeared, a ball of spiritual light shone. With a buzzing sound, the god-refined sword floated up into the air and pointed towards the center of the small world. Still Xianyang City? At the same time, he felt a strong desire and a sense of closeness to it. Zhongshu decided to let the god-refined sword float in the air and let the sword spirit move forward on its own. One reason why he entered the tomb was to get the 12 copper men, and the other reason was to take a look. Did Shi leave anything in the tomb? Wushang Yuan demon broke the contract after he tried to enter the tomb. Did the item that could increase spells have something to do with that? Shi was the master of creation and grasped the creation god technique. Thinking about it, that was really possible. The god refined sword spirit was activated by Zhong Shou's essence blood and turned into a purple light that instantly covered 100 miles. In this small world, within the dragon formation, it actually moved about like it was familiar with the place, and there were no obstructions at all. The 5 of them exchanged glances with one another and hurriedly followed. Following the trajectory of the sword light, it was actually really easy to avoid the various restrictions of the dragon formation. As expected, it is a little weird. A weird expression flashed in Samuraim's eyes. He knew that the god-refined sword had absorbed large amounts of god-venerable wish power. It was slowly increasing towards the god artifact grade. At this moment, the sword was slowly entering the half-step god weapon level. However, even if it was a divine artifact spirit, it would not be able to completely analyze this huge yin and yang spirit gathering formation so quickly. Even if it was an artifact specifically used to break formations, it would not be able to do that. This god-refined sword spirit was only good at the sword. The only explanation was that the god-refined sword had a really clear memory of this place. In just 15 minutes, the few of them crossed thousands of miles. Then, a majestic, giant city slowly appeared in front of Zhong Shou's eyes. The city wall was hundreds of meters tall and was completely made of huge stones. It was inlaid with a spirit array, towering and lonely, cold and firm. There were countless giant crossbows and all sorts of defensive tools on the city walls. The security was tight, almost 3 steps away. From time to time, there would be orderly armored soldiers patrolling the city walls. Hundreds of thousands of corpse soldiers were distributed along the city walls that stretched for hundreds of miles. There were no openings at all. The few of them could also sense that there were dozens of powerful auras within the city walls. Although corpse chi permeated the air, the strength of these generals was definitely not below that of an ordinary divine-level expert. Among them, 4 or 5 of them were even slightly stronger than the few Saint Stage experts they had encountered earlier. Zhong Shou restrained the god-refined sword and chose a high place to watch. Then, he sucked in a breath of cold air. This is going to be troublesome. Roughly estimating the number of corpse soldiers in the city, there were at least 2 million. Moreover, there were at least Dao soldiers at the level of the Big Dipper sword soldiers. One could also see that on the streets, group after group of iron cavalry were continuously patrolling. The number of Saint Realm generals exceeded their expectations. The military strength within Xianyang City was so strong. The security was tight, and there were no openings to patrol. Logically speaking, if even he felt it was tough, then other people could imagine it too. The problem was, what kind of connection did Zhongshuan and those Qi cultivators have with these great Qin soldiers? Would they be able to pass through Xianyang City without any obstructions? The spiritual formation below is perfect. Shan Yuexian pressed his hand on the ground, his expression focused. It is pretty much impossible to sneak in from underground. Zhong Shou frowned and looked into the sky. He saw dozens of giant birds circling in the air. Their eyes were sharp as they looked down at the ground. These were beasts from the true, ancient era, close to god-beast level. Pretty much every one of them had god realm strength. Some of them were clearly saint-level exotic beasts. Their strength was comparable to human race mid and late saint realm cultivators. After they turned into vengeful corpses, they would only become more ferocious. Apart from that, the crossbows on the city walls that pointed into the sky also made one feel terrified. Zhong Shou didn't have much confidence in being able to hide from the senses of these beasts and fly into the city from the sky. However, it was impossible for them to be blocked by a mere city wall. It seemed like he could only use his illusionary techniques. Zhong Shou cast a spell, and the illusionary heart mirror appeared behind him. A ball of clear light spread out and covered the 5 of them. If someone looked from the outside, they would only see a ball of air and think that there was nothing here. Life and death switch. The second treasure that Zhongsho used was the 9 whole life essence stone. Life energy turned into death energy and covered the 5 of them. It wasn't too thick nor too light. It could block off the senses of the corpse soldiers and also not attract attention. However, if that was the case, it was far from enough. Zhongsho looked towards Su Xiaoxiao. To ensure that nothing would go wrong, he could only rely on her Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique. Su Xiaoxiao laughed. Her beauty was unparalleled. She saw through Zhongsho's thoughts. When you need me, you will say nice things. When you don't need me, you will just throw me away. If I don't need you, I will just toss you far away and not bother about you. In this world, there isn't anyone more vicious than you. Zhongsho felt a little awkward. Thinking about it, he was indeed a little unkind. However, did he have to give himself to her? Speaking of which, if this woman didn't use that technique, wouldn't nothing have happened? I can help you again this time, but I'll need a reward. Su Xiaoxiao used her slender fingers to tap on her lips. Maybe because she was used to using her charm techniques, each and every one of her actions was extremely elegant and tempting. It caused one's desire to burn and suck out one's soul. I have gained a lot from entering the Qin Emperor tomb. There is no need to take the risk in Xianyang City. So, if you want me to help you, you need to pay me more. Zhongsho's face turned green, and it was really ugly. A word flashed in his mind. Was she going to burn the bridge after crossing it? He laughed coldly in his heart. Su Xiaoxiao wanted to leave just like that, but it would be tough. Before the matter with Wushang Yuan Demon ended, it was best to keep this woman by his side. You are right to burn the bridge after crossing it. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes rippled, and she giggled. If you want to forcefully trap me, then naturally I can. However, at that time, I might not be able to fully use the technique. Anyway, I will let you decide for yourself. Zhongsho frowned, suppressing the urge to forcefully capture this woman and punish her. He said calmly, "Then, what do you want?" Su Xiaoxiao's gaze swept across Zhongsho's right sleeve. Then, her expression turned serious. "Once the Qin Emperor tomb matter ends, can you let me leave?" The moment she said this, Osamu Hara mocked. "Aren't you infatuated with Zhongsho?" Once the Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique passed the 30-day time limit, the backlash would end. At such a time, you should stay by Zhongsho's side to seduce him. You actually want to leave. How weird. Zhongsho's brow rose up. He was indeed planning to forcefully bring her back after he was done with the matter. Firstly, he didn't want this woman who was entangled with him to continue to do evil in the world. Secondly, he wanted to find clues about the item in Su Xiaoxiao's memories that could increase one's power. Your heart is like iron. No matter how hard I try, it is useless. What else can I do? Su Xiaoxiao sighed like she was really depressed. I have already accepted my fate. At most, I will destroy my foundations 30 years later and cultivate from scratch. Actually, if you let me leave now, it might be good for both of us. The last sentence was filled with a rare seriousness. Zhongsho was in deep thought once more. Did Su Xiaoxiao know something from her words? Did Li Yuanmo really plan something on her body? However, when she was unconscious, he didn't just plant a spiritual scent seal on her soul. He checked her entire body, both inside and outside of her soul, even the items she brought along. He didn't even miss out on the most hidden parts of her body. There are many good things, but there was nothing that could threaten him. We will discuss this matter later. We will talk about it then. He didn't agree nor forcefully reject her. Zhongsho himself found it hard to make a decision. Su Xiaoxiao sighed and didn't say anything. Although that was the case, there was a sense of anxiousness that surged into her heart. That sense of danger was becoming clearer and clearer. Zhongsho was already thinking about how to silently enter this giant city that was modeled after Xianyang from 10,000 years ago. He could step on the walls, but there were many restrictions there. This was where the true essence of the dragon formation was. Who knows if Shun Yuexian could handle it? How much time would he need? Oh right, his god-refined sword should have some memories. Just as Zhongsho was about to release the restrictions on the god-refined sword spirit, his heart moved, only to hear a loud explosion in the distance. Dust and smoke rose into the air. A moment later, hundreds of thousands of black iron cavalry galloped over. It was the 200,000 Great Qin iron cavalry that were patrolling around the tomb. At this moment, under the command of dozens of cavalry generals, they were charging towards Xianyang in an orderly manner. The giant black iron city gates gave out a creaking sound as they slowly opened under the guidance of the mechanism. Zhongsho broke out into a laugh and restricted the god refined sword spirit once more. His luck was not bad this time. Whatever he wanted came. With a slight signal, the four people beside him all understood. Along with Zhongsho, they turned into a streak of light and rushed into the city gates that were slowly opening before the hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry. Although there were thousands of corpse soldiers guarding it, there was also a Saint Realm corpse general in charge. However, under the cover of the illusionary technique and death energy, no one noticed anything. Even if there were a few strong ones who felt that something was wrong, their emotions were also affected. His emotions had also been diverted. In short, he had become lazy. Even if they knew that something was wrong, they weren't willing to spend time and effort to find out what was going on. Zhongshan was shocked. It seemed like this Su Xiaoxiao's Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique had made great progress. For example, the person above had actually broken a portion of the illusionary technique, but there was still no movement. Zhongsho estimated that even without his illusionary technique and life and death switch, this Su Xiaoxiao would be able to enter and exit Xianyang City as she wished. To be continued. Chapter 1136. After entering the city, Zhongsho released the god refined sword spirit once more. With his half-step divine weapon leading the way, they proceeded forward. However, the direction wasn't towards the palace in the center of the city, but towards the east. The east was where the sun rose. Speaking of which, 10,000 years ago when Shizi entered the Qin Emperor tomb, he went to the altar to worship the heavens. Zhongsho guessed in his heart. However, he didn't dare to let down his guard. At the same time, the 190 swords were still spread out 1,000 feet around him. He also materialized the one origin soul sword outside of his body. After refining it, this soul sword used the Xiantian purple Chenxian gold energy as its foundations and was several times stronger than before. However, Zhongsho had just refined it, and the sword wasn't there yet. At this moment, it was still in the sword embryo state. However, this sword could barely be used. At this moment, after it appeared, one could see a human shape that looked no different from Zhongsho driving the sword artifact. This was Zhongsho's true image dharma, but it was formed by his second soul. The meaning of the second soul sword was like a clone, another Zhongsho. Apart from nearly doubling one's strength, it had other uses. As long as this one origin sword wasn't destroyed, then even if his soul was destroyed, Zhongsho could use this sword to revive. He could even use an incarnation to do things for him from 10,000 miles away. However, his illusionary spirit sword forging technique wasn't completed, and he didn't form a complete second soul. As such, he could only use it as a normal sword to increase his combat strength. The biggest benefit was that he didn't need to be distracted to control it, and he could still use 60% of the abilities of the sword technique. As it was a King Path sword, when this sword used King Path martial arts, power would even surpass his main body. Actually, to use this sword so early was already a little risky. If he accidentally hurt his foundations, it would affect the quality of the one origin soul sword in the future. However, at this very moment, the dangerous situation in the Qin Emperor's tomb forced him to use every bit of his strength to the limit. Not only him, but also Shun Yuexian, Osamu Hara, and Chu Shui. Even Su Xiaoxiao took out a few immortal artifacts that were supposed to be kept a secret. With the help of the talisman, a small protective spiritual array was constructed around his body. The deeper he went, the stronger the suppression of the dragon formation became. It was simply another world. Outside of the original world's laws, a completely different set of laws had been created. Zhongsho's expression became more and more serious. He roughly understood why the End Realm Saint Venerables 10,000 years ago feared the Qin Emperor so much. In this world, no matter what kind of celestial treasure, what kind of army, no matter what kind of formation one had, one wouldn't be able to forcefully push one over the threshold of End Realm. At most, one could borrow various powers to buff one to peak Saint Realm or half a step to End Realm, unless one was really strong and had billions of people under them, like the Liu family, where one country ruler could rule over 80 medium-sized worlds, or like the Qin Emperor, who had the entire cloud world. Apart from that, God Venerables could too. However, at the End Realm level, there were very few who weren't crushed by the thoughts of billions of people and didn't lose their minds. This was why once one became a Saint Venerable and obtained the undying soul body, one would be invincible. Apart from End Realm people and End Realm God treasures, no one could go up against them. A country ruler might be strong, but once they left the country, they were nothing. However, the Qi cultivators and legalists that the Qin Emperor gathered found another way. Other laws were set to restrict the power of End Realm under the laws they set, since no matter what, one couldn't step over the threshold of End Realm. Then, they would drag End Realm Saint Venerables down from the high and mighty peak. As for this dragon formation, a part of it must have been the masterpiece of the legalists back in the day. With Zhongsho's guesses, in this place, the stronger one was the higher one's realm, the stronger the suppression. Simply put, the more one got used to the laws and structure of this region, the deeper one's grasp, the deeper one relied on it, and the more one merged with it, the more one would be restricted here. This was why it wasn't that Zhongsho's cultivation was only peak celestial realm, so the suppression wasn't that small. The late spirit realm sword intent that he grasped was the embodiment of his comprehension of killing and slaying laws. In this world that was pretty much pushed back and rebuilt, no matter how one adjusted, one could only reach initial spirit realm. This was why in Xianyang City, one's combat strength was reduced by 30%. Each time one got close to the central palace, that feeling of helplessness became even more obvious. If an End Realm Saint Venerable came here, they would be suppressed to Saint Realm. Once they broke away from the Tao they relied on, there was a chance they would be wiped out. However, speaking of which, this Shizi Saint Venerable is really bold. He entered the tomb and wasn't afraid of being beaten to death by the 12 copper men. However, if he didn't have such a personality, he wouldn't have risked entering the cloud world to get that heaven-opening god artifact. The 12 bronze men and the dragon formation here were simply a match made in heaven. For Shizi to take the risk to enter this End Realm forbidden zone, it definitely wasn't for a normal reason. Zhongsho shook his head and retracted his gaze from the west towards a Fang palace. He was filled with anticipation as he looked at the weird state of the god refined sword spirit. His master probably really left something in the tomb. He didn't hope for anything that could increase his combat strength and turn the situation around. As long as Shizi left some clues regarding the 12 copper men, the dragon formation, Song Shengdao's life or death, or the other treasures buried in the tomb, it would be fine. At this moment, Zhongsho was still okay. He had dual meridian body, dual soul body, and his strength was pretty much endless. Even if he maintained the illusionary heart path and life and death switch, he could barely hold on. Su Xiaoxiao's forehead was covered in small beads of sweat. Using the Yuan Demon 7 Emotion technique in such a large area, along with the suppression of the dragon formation, was really tough on her. Vital energy surged up and caused her face to turn red. However, Su Xiaoxiao did not complain. She did not even show any signs of weakness. Her determined expression was like she was saying that for her lover, she was willing to die from exhaustion. Chu Shui couldn't take it anymore and casually tossed the Blood Moon blade to Su Xiaoxiao. At this moment, not only were Osamu Hara and Shun Yuexian shocked, but even Su Xiaoxiao, who caught the blade, was at a loss. In this divine weapon, there was half of the word borrow. In her hands, she could forcefully borrow the 7 emotions' baleful force lingering in the city to maintain the Yuan Demon 7 emotions grand technique. However, how could such a god weapon be given to someone so easily? She looked over with a weird gaze, only to see Chu Shui scoff. She casually tilted her head. Don't misunderstand. I'm just worried that there are too many corpses here, and you won't be able to hold on and drag down Master. Even if you die, I don't care. What she meant was that she was worried about Zhong Shou and not sympathizing with Su Xiaoxiao. Then, Chu Shui asked curiously, why are there so many corpses in the city, both males and females? Did the Qin Emperor not only imitate Xianyang City, but also bury all the people in the city? Although there weren't any corpse armies on the streets, it wasn't empty. There were many males and females within. Although the corpse energy was thick, their actions were no different from normal people. It caused the interior of Xianyang City to look really prosperous. This was also the reason why Su Xiaoxiao found it so tough. Zhong Shou smiled when he heard this and didn't reply. Chu Shui, this brat, was tough on the mouth but soft on the heart. However, at this place, it didn't matter whether or not the Blood Moon Blade was in her hands. In this place, the restrictions on Chu Shui should be the least. That was because Chu Shui didn't truly understand the normal world. She didn't have any fixed ideas and just fought based on her instincts. At this moment, even if a peak Saint Realm expert went to fight Chu Shui, he might not be her match. How was that possible? Shun Yuexian said expressionlessly. In the past, the Qin Emperor sent out 300 million felons to build this Qin Emperor tomb. Afterward, most of them disappeared. At that time, people guessed that the Qin Emperor buried all of them to protect the secrets of the tomb. This was also one of the reasons why the world revolted after the Qin Emperor died. Just as they were talking, the five of them saw a green-robed Taoist walking towards them from the opposite side. He looked young, but the vengeful corpses around didn't notice him at all. His body was between real and illusionary, giving off an extremely sharp sword intent. With just one look, Zhong Shou recognized the identity of the person opposite him. Gong Yuan. This person actually entered the Qin Emperor tomb too. From start to finish, Gong Yuan focused on Zhong Shou. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. Gong Yuan has been waiting here for a long time. Why did Ruler only arrive now? What a disappointment. Every step he took was like the beating of a drum, striking at one's mind. Every 10 feet, the sword aura would become stronger. A full 12 swords were behind Gong Yuan, making it tough to measure his aura and position. Ruler's illusionary techniques are amazing. Along with the Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique, it is perfect. Even I would have missed it if I didn't have a treasure that could lock down one's spiritual sense. How fortunate! How fortunate! Let's hope that we can end all our grievances in the Qin Emperor tomb. What does Ruler think? When the last sentence was asked, a sword light that looked like it slashed down from the heavens tore through the void. It was right in front of their eyes, slashing down on Zhong Shou. However, the five of them were unable to see where the sword light was pointing at and where the sword body was. It was switching between real and illusionary heaven movement. Zhong Shou's 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction sword formation was activated, giving out numerous sword energy and sword energy that sliced through the void. However, it only caused the sword light to stop for a moment before it was still the same. However, Chu Shui also slashed out at the same time. Other people were unable to sense and confirm that it was the sword light. She didn't care at all. The sword light was like rain, light and agile. A series of clanging sounds rang out in the air, actually forcing the numerous Heaven Evasion Child swords to reveal their tracks and retreat. Chapter 1137. Zhong Shou himself was perfectly fine. Close to 200 Dao Seed stars were placed around his body, allowing him to teleport. This was why, although he couldn't see the Heaven Escaping Sword, Gong Yuan's sword couldn't touch his body at all. After a few teleportations, the Heaven Escaping Sword light that Gong Yuan used all landed in the air, only being within 1,000 feet. As for Su Xiaoxiao and the other two, they instinctively hid within the protective range of Shun Yueshuan's 1,000 mysterious iron leaf flower. They weren't afraid of the sword light that came and went without a trace. On the contrary, Zhongshou had slowly grasped some traces of Gonyuan in just a few short exchanges. So that was the case. Within this dragon formation, Gong Yuan's real and illusionary switching technique, as well as the heaven-escaping mother and sun sword, were also restricted. The real and illusionary switching had a weakness, and the invisible heaven-escaping also had some traces. It seemed like not only Zhongshou's strength was weakened. Gong Yuan's heaven-escaping sword technique was also affected, and it wasn't any weaker than his. The slaying sword intent gathered bit by bit, but it was hidden and didn't explode out. Zhongshou's spiritual sense spread out to grasp the trajectory of the heaven-escaping mother sword, as well as its true location. Within Xianyang City, his battle prowess had been greatly reduced by 30%. However, this time might be the best chance to kill Gonyuan. The stars shone brightly as threads of time star power spread out and slowly locked down the space. Zhongshou's clothes were sliced and sliced by the heaven movement mother and sun sword several times, turning into tattered pieces. There were even a few times when the sword light nearly injured his body. Each time the heaven-escaping sword struck his body, Zhongshou would only teleport at the last moment. However, such a risk wasn't without benefits. The marks of the heaven-escaping sword became clearer and clearer in Zhongshou's hard eye. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhongshou's lips. Another sword light pierced down from above at an unbelievable angle. Because it was too sudden, even Chu Shui, who was standing guard at the side, was unable to react in time. Zhongshou was not surprised. Instead, he laughed and his eyes lit up. Now is the time. The god-refined sword returned to his hand, and the slaying sword intent that had accumulated to its peak suddenly exploded. His second primordial spirit, the one origin soul's word, also rose into the air. With an aura that could cut through the 9 heavens, it cut through the clouds. The 19010 Extreme Imperial Tao Destruction Dragon Tooth swords were all activated. Hundreds and thousands of sharp sword lights flashed in all directions, slicing through every inch of space. However, Gonyuan seemed to have been alerted long ago. He decisively gave up halfway through his attack. He fled with all his might. One man and one sword once again turned invisible and roamed the world. However, he was still unable to avoid Zhongshou's slaying sword light that was accelerated to the extreme by the Book of Ian. The instant space dragon pellet locked down the space. The sword shadow of the 10 Extreme Imperial Tao Destruction Dragon Tooth sword covered this 100,000 feet of space. More than 100 different types of sword chi annihilated everything in this space. Maybe because he couldn't retreat anymore, Gong Yuan's body stopped. In just an instant, the 12 sub-swords returned and merged with the main sword. Illusionary and real. His body actually went against the laws of space as he jumped about in the void. His body went from illusionary to real. The sword light also roamed about. Zhongshou stabbed and smashed about, clashing with the god-refined sword. Zhongshou was still unable to grasp the location of Gong Yuan's true body. It was like this person didn't exist in the world anymore. Only at the last moment was he able to grasp a trace. Thus, he gathered all his strength into the sword and vented it out. Come! After a series of sharp, screeching noises, a ripping sound could be heard. A blood flower appeared. One could see that after the sword light pierced through Gong Yuan's body, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood along with pieces of his internal organs. He was still barely able to maintain the illusionary and real transformation, breaking out of the 10 Extreme Imperial Tao Destruction sword formation. Using the Heaven Movement sword light, in just an instant, Gong Yuan disappeared from the field of vision of the 5 of them. See, who is this person? What a strong assassination sword technique. Su Xiaoxiao finally sucked in a cold breath, looking towards where the sword light left with a weird expression. If this person's target was her, then she definitely wouldn't be able to live to see the next day. Your Cloud World 6 Pinnacle swords are only SOSO, right? Why haven't I heard of him before? Osamu Hara's expression was really ugly. Although he could block that sword, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries. This person was indeed unknown, and he had never heard of him before. However, with his sword path, if his age was like his appearance, he wouldn't exceed 30. Then, this person's achievements were only below Zhongsho and a little higher than Osamu Hara. This person is called Gong Yuan. He was from Shoyun's sect in the past. His sect was wiped out because of our Taoist faction war. This is why he hates Dowling vast habitat and hates me to the bone. He has been hiding his name to train his sword path to take revenge on me, which is why he isn't famous. His sword technique talents aren't below mine. Zhongsho let go of the god refined sword. He felt a little regretful. Actually, just now, if he used one life in Death Serious and used the grade 12 Styx River Death Sword, there was a 99% chance that he would be able to kill Gong Yuan on the spot. However, in the end, he couldn't bear to do so. Apart from the Styx River Death Sword, the Life and Death Serious also had the ability to revive the dead, flesh and bones. Now, he only had 1.5, so he treasured it even more and didn't dare to waste it. The result of him being unwilling to do so was that Gong Yuan escaped from his sword once more. Who would have thought that in this life, this person would be able to create the sword technique no falsehood in reality so quickly? This was a sword technique that would sweep the world in the future, one that no one could block. However, just the sharpness that it showed today made one's heart turn cold. Luckily, this person was heavily injured and wanted to expel the slaying sword intent that he injected into his body to protect his life force. He probably wouldn't be able to appear in front of him in these few days. However, it was a little weird. This person should know that he wasn't his match, so why did he choose to attack now and not when Zhongsho was in a more dangerous situation? Thinking about this, a bitter taste rose up in Zhongsho's mouth. Looking out, due to the battle that took place in just a few dozen breaths, hundreds of thousands of feet of land were destroyed. All the buildings and buildings along with the vengeful corpses were flattened. Correspondingly, the illusionary technique that he used before was totally useless. Looking up into the sky, he saw that the dozens of beasts were looking down. In the surroundings, there were also over 10 powerful intents that swept over. All the vengeful corpses nearby were looking over. Even if the illusionary technique wasn't broken, just the aura from the collision of energy was enough to attract the attention of the corpse generals in the city. The spiritual patterns and restrictions around were on the verge of being activated. Zhongsho sighed. Was this Gong Yuan's true goal? To expose his location and run for his life under the pursuit of the corpse generals in the city? When the 5 of them were in a predicament, Gong Yuan would have chance. Or was he creating a chance for others? This is really problematic. Unless we back out of Xianyang, otherwise the 5 of us might be chased to death. Su Xiaoxiao also noticed the weird situation. Then, she looked over in anticipation towards Zhongsho. She shook her head and returned the Blood Moon saber with a smile. I actually wanted to take the chance to raise the price and have Brother Shou and Xiaoxiao tie the knot so that they could have some fun together. Unfortunately, my strength isn't enough. With so many beasts and corpse generals, even if my Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique was 10 times stronger, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Osamu Hara couldn't help but curse out. This idiot harming others without benefiting himself. Gong Yuan was heavily injured and his vital energy leaked out. Even with the illusionary and reality switching technique, he wouldn't be able to avoid the senses of the corpse army. His current situation would only be worse than theirs. Zhongsho sighed and knew that what Su Xiaoxiao said was the truth. The Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique could only be used when one wasn't paying attention to it. It could silently influence the thoughts of others. At this moment, if it was exposed, it would be of little use. 1 or 2 Saint Realm Corpse generals might be able to do it. However, such a huge area was far beyond Su Xiaoxiao's ability. Without any hesitation, Zhongsho raised up the Royal Demon God Shuttle. He kept the 5 of them in and sped into the distance, accelerating to the maximum. Occasionally, he would use the instant space dragon pellet to teleport to break away from the probing locks of those intents. In a breath, he traveled 1,000 miles, traveling through the streets and alleys. Luckily, The god-refined sword didn't disappoint. Even after accelerating, it was able to allow Zhongsho's shuttle to avoid a large portion of the restrictions. However, due to the dragon formation, he was unable to shake off the spiritual senses and intents of those corpse generals. On the other hand, the beasts that swooped down from the sky couldn't find any traces of Zhongsho. They gave up and returned to the sky. Zhongsho had no way to deal with those corpse generals. He steeled his heart and continued to swiftly travel towards the altar. Since he was unable to break away, then he would forcefully take it. Before those corpse generals rushed over, he would take a look. However, when he slowly got close to the altar, Zhongsho noticed that the corpse's vengeful energy chasing him slowly stopped. It was like they were worried about something and didn't dare to get close. Zhongshoxin was shocked. Was there something weird about the altar? With a thought, he arrived at the altar. Xianyang City was filled with rows upon rows of buildings. However, this place was the only place that was empty. As for the heavenly altar, it was also extremely magnificent. Of the 999 stone steps, the topmost step was also 100,000 zhang wide, like a majestic mountain. Zhongsho drove the royal demon god shuttle, and just as he landed on the platform, he saw a person frowning as he looked into the sky. He wore a 9-ridged star pillar, a red feather robe, as he stood with his hands behind his back. Standing there, it was like he was eternal. There was no corpse vengeful energy around him. Chapter 1138. Zhongshoxin's heart jumped, and he stopped the royal demon flying shuttle. He instinctively felt that the person on the altar was extremely dangerous. He stood there quietly. However, as long as he raised his hand or raised his leg, he would be able to flip mountains and rivers and destroy heaven and earth. He also had a connection with the stars in the sky. However, when he got close, he noticed that the person in front of him was just an image formed from his soul. It was similar to his one origin soul sword, an incarnation. Zhongshoxin's soul not only didn't feel relaxed, but it also made him even more wary. It was just a spirit clone, yet it was already so powerful. Then, how powerful was this person's main body? The god-refined sword gave out a buzzing sound. The sword body howled and was about to break free from his restraints and head into the altar. Zhongsho could only suppress it. He was filled with shock and doubt. Who was this person in front of him? Although his aura wasn't at End Realm, he was still at the peak of End Realm. However, within this Xianyang City, even End Realm cultivators would be suppressed. Who knew if a Saint Venerable had turned into a general here? At this moment, this person looked over with a smile that didn't look like a smile. After thinking about it, Zhongsho kept the royal demon shuttle and showed himself. He had a feeling that even Gong Yuan's Heaven Movement Mother and Sun Sword might not be able to escape from this person. Not to mention his incomplete royal demon godly shuttle. In the dragon formation, even if he had close to 200 star dragon elixirs, he wouldn't be able to achieve long-distance instant transference. Moreover, this person dressed like a cultivator didn't seem to have much animosity towards him. Senior, are you Shufu? He was dressed like a Taoist and was able to wear a 9-spine star crown. Based on the records of the Cloud Desolate era, he should be one of the top people amongst cultivators. Shufu? I'm not Shufu. However, I don't know why your majesty would think that way. That person smiled, but he was sizing up Zhongsho. The weird expression in his eyes became thicker and thicker. The fate of this world is really magical. In the past, my good friend and I concluded that the Cloud Desolate world would have another 10,000 years. There would definitely be a divine emperor who would gather the fate of a world and sweep through the worlds, establishing a divine dynasty. However, he also saw a trace of a variable. The future might change. This was why he left the luck word talisman in the Lingyun sect. Speaking of which, his majesty once had such good karma. Samaram's expression changed as he stared blankly at the man in front of him. Are you Monk Mingri Xian? Back then, he had obtained the true meaning of the divine talisman left behind by this person. Now, he could grasp a portion of the Tao of Fate. Zhongsho had always been grateful. If it weren't for the luck talisman, he would have died in the hands of others in several big battles. This person had another good friend named Mingtse Shangren, who was half Buddhist and half Taoist. He was the one who once told the fate of Ao Kuan that if he did not surrender to Qin Xian, he would not have a good ending in this life. Now that he had read a small portion of the Tsang, Shengdao scrolls, he wasn't like before when he didn't know much about the people before the cloud desolate era. It is Mingri Xian. That person couldn't help but laugh. Then, he continued to look at the sky and said, "Your book of Ian Extreme Life is indeed worthy of being a divine artifact, Tao scripture famous throughout the various worlds. It actually has the ability to reverse fate. You should have died early, but now you are flying and turning into a dragon. Unfortunately, for some reason, there have been some disasters. If you get through it, you will be a dragon in the 9 heavens, ruling over the world. If you don't, you will be covered in dust, and everything will be for naught." Zhongshu's brow rose up. Even the person in front of him, a divination expert from the cloud desolate era, said that. However, why did it suddenly become Mingri Xian telling his fate? He had an idea and asked, "Senior, do you know what Xian increasing law containing God items there were during the cloud desolate era?" Xian increasing law containing God item? What is that? Mingri Xian didn't understand and shook his head. He was deep in thought. So that is the case. However, I can't say too much, otherwise I will lose my life. I don't have much lifespan left, so I have to cherish it. That is right. The hope that rose up in Zhong Shaxin's heart was instantly extinguished. Looking at the expression of this person, it was obvious that he knew something. However, from his tone, no matter what he asked, he probably wouldn't reply. Mingri Xian asked once more, "Did your majesty come to search for the tracks that Shizi left that year?" Zhongshu was pumped up. Shizi entered the Qin emperor, and, as expected, he came to the heaven altar. Actually, looking at the weird state of the god-refined sword, he knew that Shizi had definitely left something here. At this moment, he didn't reply and instead asked, "Then what about you? Why did you come here?" Naturally, it is for the revival of the Qin emperor. Mingri Xian continued to look into the sky. "Because of your majesty, the stars are in a mess, and the secrets of the heavens are in a mess. Even I am unable to deduce the future changes, so I had no choice but to come here personally." He mocked himself. "My bloodline has grievances with the Qin emperor, and both of us have deep hatred. I didn't dare to see the Qin emperor revive, which was why I came here personally. However, after coming over, I realized that I was worrying too much. So, Holy Sovereign Shizi had already left behind a backup plan." The moment he said this, Zhongshu's eyes lit up. The few people around were also delighted. For the first time, they felt that their luck was not bad. If Shizi really left something behind to deal with today's situation, then their trip to the Qin Emperor tomb would be much safer. Their chances of getting the 12 copper men would also increase. The only thing he didn't know was what the person in front of him thought. Zhongshu wanted to ask more, but Mingri Xian suddenly raised his hand and told him to stop. His expression was really solemn. "It seems like my senior has arrived." While he spoke, the wind and clouds above raged. A powerful soul aura suddenly descended from the distance. Then, it formed into a soul shadow in midair. Looking down from above, he looked down on everyone present. It was also from the Nine-Ridge Star Temple, wearing a red feather robe, looking like a teen who had just turned 20. His eyes were dark and sunken. He first swept Zhongshu and the others. In the end, his eyes landed on Mingri Xian. That vast and mighty soul pressure filled the heavenly altar. "Mingri Xian, are you going to interfere and be my enemy?" The expressions of Zhongshu and the others changed. The feeling that Mingri Xian gave him was that he was as vast as an ocean and unfathomable. However, this person was even stronger. At this time, apart from Shufu, who else could be Mingri Xian Sr.? This person was actually an End Realm Saint Venerable. As expected, Mingri Xian bowed. His expression was solemn. "Greetings, Senior Shufu." Just like how Senior had to attempt to revive Qin Shi Huang, I, Mingri Xian, have no other choice. Chapter 1139. Greetings, Senior Shifu. Just like how Senior has to try to revive the Qin Emperor, I have no other choice. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with decisiveness. Is that so? Shifu laughed coldly, and then looked towards Zhongshou. Saint King came here for the 12 copper men. Of course. Zhongshou looked in the direction of a Pang palace, saying with a teasing tone, "How is Emperor Inu now?" The pressure of an end-realm cultivator was naturally huge. However, Zhongshou had barely gotten used to it. At this moment, he could see that Shifu wasn't a complete end-realm. He was a little weaker than Long Ying and was similar to Yuanjing. Who knows if it was because of the dragon formation or because his life was restricted by the Qin Emperor. Naturally, even if he was a flawed end-realm, he could crush him like an ant without much effort. However, what he was most interested in was the Taishang Emperor's current situation. His Majesty Inu isn't a fool. Shifu mocked. I do want to borrow his true dragon energy, but His Majesty Inu also wants to make use of us to gain benefits from the tomb. As expected from the Taishang hero ruler, vicious to others and vicious to himself. He said flatly, I have no bad intentions towards His Majesty. The Necromancer bloodline has a blood feud with Great Qin. We just need to revive the Qin Emperor. After that, whether he lives or dies, or who gets the 12 copper men has nothing to do with me. I can even help His Majesty. The Confucian faction is xenophobic, and if we want to return to the Cloud World, the dead Qin Empire is the best choice. Oh. Zhongshou replied expressionlessly and then acted dumb. He acted like he was in deep thought, like he was hesitating. All he needed to do was to bring Qin Shi Huang back to life. In other words, even if the Cloud World was flooded in the future, it had nothing to do with them. It sounded nice, but it could help the Qian in the future. An end-realm Saint Venerable as a helper was really tempting. However, wouldn't it be better if Qin Shi Huang couldn't come back to life? Who could guarantee that Shifu's words were sincere or not? After the Qin Emperor comes back to life, will he be controlled by him again? However, he also knew that he wasn't strong enough. Even if it was Su Fu's soul incarnation, he could only flee far away. At this moment, the only person who could fight him head-on was Mingri Xian. As for how to proceed, it would depend on this person's reaction. Su Fu saw that he didn't reply and didn't continue to force him. He turned to Mingri Xian. What do you think? When the Qin Emperor first came back to life, he would definitely be very weak. The 12 bronze men had been without a master for 10,000 years. This was the time when the Qin Emperor's spiritual will mark was at its weakest. It was also the best time to snatch it. Once he lost this nation armament, he would lose his claws and fangs. With your Mingri Xian's ability, you might be able to kill him before he recovers. I will go all out to help you. His words were really sincere, and he was tempting him. Mingri Xian didn't even blink and rejected right away. Senior's words are indeed tempting. However, Mingri Xian isn't willing to take the risk. Things in the world won't go as one wishes. Rather than placing my hopes in the uncertain future, why not grasp the present? Shifu seemed to have expected Mingri Xian's words. His gaze turned dark and sunken as he mocked. I remember that after the Cloud Desolate era ended, you were the most outstanding divination expert in the world. You divined heaven and earth and peered into fate and fate. Why? Even someone like you isn't willing to believe what you saw in the future? Mingri Xian laughed out loud. It is because I'm good at divination that I am not willing to place my life and death in the future. Life isn't something that can't be changed. Luck isn't something that can't be changed. Senior Shifu, you should know this principle better than me. When he said this, others didn't feel anything. Zhongshou was deeply touched and was slightly distracted. On the other hand, Shifu's face had already regained its indifference. In other words, there is no room for discussion between the two of us. We can only decide life and death here. Just as Zhongshou and the other four were waiting for Mingri Xian to reply, the entire ground shook. It was so sudden and there were no signs at all. 24 giant stone palms rose up and smacked down towards the altar. At the same time, a powerful magnetic force was generated and swept across the area. The five of them felt like they were suddenly millions of times heavier. They were locked down by the magnetic force and couldn't move at all. In the sky above, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket struck down from the sky. It split into six, and the first one naturally struck towards Mingri Xian. The other five pointed towards Zhongsho and the others. Heaven tribulation? Zhongsho's expression changed, and right away he recognized that it wasn't normal lightning. It went against the laws and contained the tribulation light of heaven and earth being destroyed. It was the kind that was extremely close to the end realm god tribulation. Power was vast. Even true end realm experts couldn't ignore it. This wasn't something that cultivators could do. It should be the power of the dragon formation. Just this tribulation light could kill the six of them here. When Shufu tried to persuade them, he was really happy. However, the moment the negotiation failed, he went all out. Lightning like strikes followed, and he didn't hold back at all. The Book of Ian in Zhongsho's hand instantly gave off a blue light. With a spell, the time around slowed down by 10 times. At this moment, Mingri Xian's clear voice rang out. Even the rumbling of heaven and earth couldn't be suppressed at all. Because time had slowed down, in his ears, it sounded like each and every word was spoken word by word. However, one could see that there was no fear or panic within. People of different paths shouldn't work together. There is no room for negotiation between Senior and me, so there is no need to say so much. Tens of thousands of streaks of starlight shot down from the sky. Like a sword glow, it contained vast amounts of star power. Like repelling, the geocentric magnetism that lingered in this place was instantly twisted into a mess. Zhongsho and the other four felt their bodies lighten and return to normal. As for the 24 gigantic hands, they collapsed at the same time. In the next instant, a wave of majestic power surged out in all directions with the heaven altar as the center. It was obvious that this place was a part of the dragon formation. However, when this wave of spiritual waves spread out, one could see many restrictions collapsing and scattering. The nearby restrictive arrays were disintegrating one after another. It was also drawn directly to the purple lightning in the sky that was already close at hand. In a breath, it shrunk by 10 to 20 times. When it was in front of Zhongsho, there was only a thread left. After the Book of Ian slowed down time, it became surprisingly slow. Zhongsho was stunned before he came back to his senses. He waved the One Origin sword and absorbed all of it. This was the reverse laws that were formed within the dragon formation. Even if he comprehended it, it was useless and he couldn't use it outside of the tomb. However, if he could see a bit of the mysteries within, it would allow him to recover some strength within Xianyang City. Osamuhara used the jade puppet to protect his body, while Shun Yuexian used the 1,000 mysterious iron leaf flower once more. At this moment, they realized that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. They easily dealt with the tribulation lightning. Mingri Xian was the same. He didn't even attack. The purple tribulation light had already collapsed on its own. However, at this moment, Shufu's soul shadow was giving off an unlimited amount of light. Spiritual energy gathered like it was real. It was like a giant pellet wrapping around his body. Large amounts of magnetic power gathered around, and numerous lightning flashed. It caused all the metal in this 100,000 feet area to be sucked up. Even Zhongsho nearly couldn't control his god-refined sword. The One Origin sword directly sensed danger and retreated back into his soul ocean. Luckily, the 10 extreme Imperial Dao Dragon Tooth swords weren't made of metal, but made of dragon teeth. It wasn't affected, but under the explosion of the magnetic power, it was tough to use it. This is the trump card that Shizi left in the past, creating something out of nothing, causing this supposedly perfect dragon formation to have a flaw that it shouldn't have. No wonder a mere junior like you can be so confident. His tone was really cold and filled with killing intent. What followed was a giant 7-color blade light. It didn't have a physical form and was formed from magnetic power. It caused the clouds to explode and the earth to rumble. Zhong Shou felt the vital energy in his body surge, and he was pretty much unable to control it. A large portion of his true qi was used to suppress his body. He felt like he was about to be ripped apart. He thought to himself that with just this blade, some of the weaker, small-sized worlds would be shattered in one strike. With a seven-colored blade pointed at, Mingri Xian's body was indiscernible. It was formed from a thought, and now it was really tough to maintain it under the blade. However, this person didn't do anything at all. He allowed the blade to land on his body. However, when the seven-colored blade light slashed across, Mingri Xian's soul was perfectly fine. There were only some minor injuries. Less than 1,000th of the unlimited magnetic current within the blade was able to touch his body. Zhong Shou was shocked at the start. Was this person also good at switching between real and illusionary? However, moments later, the magnetic power seemed to be able to avoid Mingri Xian's soul body. Often before it touched him, it would twist, and in the end, Mingri Xian would be perfectly fine. This is a fate-twisting technique. Osamu Hara was the first to exclaim. He was filled with shock as he looked at the scenes in front of him with a startled expression. Su Xiaoxiao and Xinyue Xian weren't much better off. When that blade slashed down, they thought that even if Mingri Xian didn't die, he would be badly injured. However, the outcome was a little unexpected. Who could hurt such a technique? The peak of fate techniques was actually at such a level. Zhong Shou noticed that Mingri Xian's soul shadow had become a little thinner. We can only fight. A bright blade, light, suddenly flew out from his sleeves and struck into the air. It arrived in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Shufu. It was actually similar to Zhong Shou's six-god flying knife, but it was much stronger. Chapter 1140. Around Shufu's body, there was a ring of magnetic force protecting him. However, the luck of that blade shadow was so good that it made one's hair stand on end. It sped through the magnetic power and wasn't affected at all. Sometimes, it could even borrow strength. It was also unbelievably quick. In just a blink of an eye, it was in front of Shufu. It directly pierced through, directly piercing a hole in the soul body's throat. Shufu was stunned. Then the body swiftly disintegrated. However, moments later, he appeared not far away from them. Although it was a soul body, one couldn't see his expression. However, the people below all felt that Su Fu's mood was extremely gloomy. After that blade, Mingri Xian didn't attack anymore. His body became even more illusionary. However, he smiled. Senior Shufu, it seems like you can't wipe me out with just an incarnation. Moreover, it is just a part of the soul. Since you don't care, then why would I care? Even if I am wiped out here, it won't affect me at all. Shufu scoffed coldly and swept the city with a dark and cold gaze. In the end, he focused on the south of Xianyang City. Do you really think that I can't find your true body? It is indeed in that direction. Mingri Xian actually nodded his head, and his face was filled with respect. Senior only knows a rough location, right? If Senior had really found me, I would have had no choice but to flee in a sorry state. Shufu's gaze changed, and he swept Zhong Shou and the others. He hesitated for a moment and scoffed coldly. Forget it, since you all want to be enemies with me. Then take care of yourselves. After he said this, he waved his sleeves. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. That vast spiritual sense also retreated like a flood. Zhong Shou instantly heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to go up against this end realm soul suppression. He was really looking forward to facing someone of Shufu's level. Unless Guanzizai and Jingyin gathered all the monks of the Cloud World to chant the future unlimited prayer scripture to borrow the power of the beginning and end Buddha. Otherwise, he would be completely powerless against this person. Qihongyi was late Saint Realm. But compared to the two people in front of him, the difference was like heaven and earth. There was only a slight difference in cultivation level, but there was a huge difference in strength. There was no comparison at all. Don't worry, this person was currently in charge of a Pang Palace, and his true body could not move. At most, I can only use this kind of avatar. When Su Fu's soul remembrance dissipated, Mingri Xian turned around and said, "Before this person finds the location of my true body, he shouldn't have the strength to care about anything else." Not all of Qin Shi Huang's subordinates took orders from him. At most, the only people he could use were those from his sect. "The four of you should be careful. They won't be able to do anything to you for the time being." His tone was conceited and confident, but no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Using an incarnation to force back an end-realm cultivator, even if it was a split-soul body, it was enough to make one respect him. Zhongshu's eyes were filled with doubt as he looked at the altar beneath him. He felt really weird. At this moment, he could see that a brand new restriction had spread out around the altar. At this moment, not only was it interfering with the cycle of the dragon formation, but it was also slowly corroding and trying to snatch control of the restrictions. This phenomenon itself was really weird. At this moment, this heaven altar was equivalent to giving the dragon formation a brand new core. However, this shouldn't have been allowed, and it would have been rejected by the entire formation right away. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been possible. Before it was completed, it would have been totally destroyed by the original formation. The so-called creation is to create something out of nothing. To create something that didn't exist in the past. To us, this is inconceivable, but to the master of creation, it is really simple. Mingri Xian smiled, and his tone was filled with respect. However, he knew that Zhongshu wasn't really curious about the formation, but about something else. Why didn't Shufu send people to destroy the altar? It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he wasn't willing. Since Shi Zi left such a plan, then why didn't he have a way to deal with it? He couldn't get close to the corpse generals in the tomb. As for Shufu himself, he also had high hopes for this place. He tried his best to preserve it. So why would he personally destroy it? High hopes. Osamu Hara was first shocked, and then he understood. So that was the case. Thinking about it, it didn't feel weird. Although the Emperor Qin was controlled by him, how would such an arrogant person be willing to not search for a way to break free? They would be wary and wary of the Qin Emperor after he revived. From the words of this person before, one could understand his attitude towards this person. With Shi Zi's formation here, it could more or less restrict him. Naturally, he wouldn't destroy it. Even before the battle between Shufu and Mingri Xian, the former didn't dare to affect the altar. Long story short, my soul has used up all its strength and will probably scatter in a short while. Mingri Xian said expressionlessly, "Although Shufu won't destroy this place, to make the Qin Emperor yield, this place is really important. I would like to invite your majesty to temporarily defend this place." Zhongshu frowned. Defend this altar? He didn't plan on doing so. Moreover, this matter wasn't just a normal level of danger. Mingri Xian's words sounded nice, but he could hear the underlying meaning. Be it the corpse generals under the Qin Emperor or Shufu, they were all determined to get this place. The four of them weren't enough to deal with them. Shufu can't leave a Fang palace. His disciples aren't my match and won't dare to leave his protection. As for the millions of corpse generals, your majesty has the unlimited beginning and end ability and can use the power of this altar to deal with them. After Mingri Xian said this, Zhongshu was silent and didn't move at all. He said helplessly, "There are a few spiritual items left by Shi Zi beneath the altar. One needs to be a direct disciple of Tsang Shengdao to be able to take them. During these 10,000 years, Mingri Xian has been studying the Luck and Destiny Sutra. I have comprehended some things. I don't dare to keep them to myself, as they might be able to help your majesty. Your majesty is the ruler of the Qian country and is also the Saint King. You have the responsibility to protect the land, so I don't think you will reject." Zhongshu was tempted, but he still didn't agree. If he was alone, then it was okay. If he agreed now, then the five of them would be in a trap. Even if Mingri Xian used righteousness to provoke him, before he understood the situation within Xianyang City, he wouldn't agree. Maybe there were other ways to solve the problem. He felt like Mingri Xian had other plans. Unlike the noble character and unquestionable integrity displayed by this person, who had the demeanor of a senior. Mingri Xian was helpless. Moments later, his eyes lit up. I heard that your majesty is good at flying knife. You have the six-god defensive knife technique. Zhongsho was finally tempted. Mingri Xian's knife, that nearly destroyed an incarnation, left a deep impression on him. If he wasn't wrong, then this flying knife technique and the six-god defensive knife technique came from the same source. He could feel that Mingri Xian was going to give him a condition that he couldn't reject. Coincidentally, at this moment, Mingri Xian waved his hand and a spiritual light slashed through the air. Zhongsho's expression changed slightly. The imperial demon slaying records in his sleeves actually reacted. The spiritual light flew over and landed in Mingri Xian's hands. What I used wasn't a flying knife, but the gung metal knife energy that was born from the diagram, combined with Destiny Sutra. Your Majesty's use of this item is probably more than mine. What was in his hands was the same as Zhongsho's imperial demon slaying records. They were made of the same material, and they were also engraved with dense and mysterious spiritual tattoos. A smile appeared on Mingri Xian's face. Not only is your majesty willing to defend here for 6 hours for this map. Zhongsho was stunned for a long while before he came back to his senses. At this moment, he really couldn't reject it. When he held the second imperial demon slaying records in his hands, Zhongsho knew why Mingri Xian was willing to use such a god item to trade with him. This diagram was indeed magical. As long as one injected true qi and spiritual sense in, one could form a knife energy. Moreover, it had the nature of celestial power and was even higher than that. However, one needed to nurture it for a long time and might not be able to form one in 100 years. It was even more overpowered than the life and death Sirius flower. However, within this diagram, there were at most 3 such saber chi stored within. At this moment, the demon slaying knife energy in the diagram was used up, and it was no different from a piece of trash. Even if he wanted to use it, he would have to wait 100 years. He could use the Book of Ian to speed it up, but who knew how many celestial stones he would have to consume to shorten the time? However, sitting on the altar, Zhongsho took out the other imperial demon slaying records and then merged them together. Instantly, they merged together, and the 2 pages were connected to one another. Both of them started to change. The one that recorded the formation and Dao soldier technique seemed more and more complete. So, there are even Xian and Huang grade Dao soldiers. The Dao soldiers in this world are above heaven and earth grade. Is there an even higher level? Samuraim's eyes constricted and he was shocked. One big Dipper Source Ocean demon slaying formation could barely go up against initial Saint Realm cultivators. Then, what about the Dao soldiers of the higher level, made up entirely of deity realm cultivators? It wouldn't exceed End Realm? However, the diagram isn't complete. I can't see the whole picture. The Xian and Huang grade Dao soldiers of the Imperial Demon slaying records looked stronger than the Big Dipper sword soldiers of Great Qin. Zhongsho wasn't prepared to change the structure of the Qian army. This was because the Xian and Huang grade cultivation methods of the demon slaying records were obviously elite Dao soldier techniques. Not only were they no weaker than normal cultivators, but they were even stronger. Naturally, the requirements to cultivate them were really high. Moreover, in the future, when one cultivated heaven and earth grade cultivation methods, one would have an advantage and be stronger. One would also have more potential to charge for God Realm. Chapter 1141. These 2 sets of Dao soldier techniques were obviously not designed for killing on the battlefield and were more suitable for sections. In a small-scale battle, these 2 Xian and Illusion Grade 2 Dao soldiers could even suppress the Big Dipper sword soldiers and Black Fox Iron Cavalry with 5 times the number. However, once it exceeded 10,000 people, their performance would be average. Such Dao soldiers are really suitable for the sword formation. Following such a thought, Zhongsho calculated and was shocked. To form a sword formation, such Dao soldiers needed at least 100,000 to form a complete cycle and be the foundation of the formation. As for Heaven and Earth Grade 2, This was the core that couldn't be obtained and could be merged. It also needed more than 3,000 people. Apart from that, there should be a crucial portion that was missing. As the catalog was incomplete, it wasn't shown. However, what kind of sword formation needed so many Dao soldiers? Zhongshou was deep in thought. Such Dao soldiers couldn't be used on a large scale on the battlefield. However, it was decent to use them to defend the city. Moreover, he was looking forward to this Dao soldier formation. If he wanted to complete it, then he had to make preparations now. Naturally, what he cared about the most now was that diagram that could nurture blade energy. The first was demon slaying and was the Imperial Demon Slaying Catalog. The second was celestial slaying and was known as the Imperial Celestial Slaying Catalog. The blade energy it contained was known as the Celestial Slaying Flying Knife. And this book, when complete, should have 8 pages. Every page recorded a peerless killing technique, the full name of which was the Imperial Extermination Sutra. Before merging, this Imperial Celestial Slaying Catalog could store 3 Celestial Slaying Flying Knives. It needed 100 years to nurture one. After merging, the time was reduced by half, and it only needed 50 years to nurture 1 blade energy. The number also increased to 5, and it didn't increase by a few folds. In other words, this item was still useless today. At the very least, he couldn't think about using the Celestial Slaying Flying Knife in a short time. However, Zhongshou sensed some information when he used the Spiritual Sense Imprint Catalog. If it contained metal element, true qi, and soul power, it could quickly speed up the process. If one used a higher level of celestial power to nurture it, the time would be doubled. This was the result of the fusion of the 2 catalogs. Other than that, it wasn't necessarily necessary to have true qi or immortal power. If there was innate gangjin qi, it could also be used as a substitute. Furthermore, if there were enough of them, it could be completed immediately. Naturally, power was slightly inferior. However, if the quality was higher, the quality of the saber qi could also be improved. What Zhongshou valued the most was the map itself. It contained all kinds of mysteries and all kinds of laws. Zhongshou could only identify a dozen types. It involved the 5 elements: yin-yang, cause and effect, fate, time, space, and slash. Severing all things. Destroy everything. Killing 10,000 immortals. Just a glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. They actually came from the same source. If one said that his 6-god defensive knife technique was a technique to use the flying knife, then it was a technique to use the flying knife. In that case, the saber energy contained within the diagram was the weapon that was being used. Only by combining the 2 could he unleash the full potential of power. However, the picture was incomplete. As for the 6-god defensive knife technique, it was greatly simplified. When it reached Zhongshou's hands, it was only a grade 8 earth-destroying technique. As for this flying knife technique, he had grasped it in the future in the game known as God Glory. Could it be that this flying dagger technique also came from the Imperial Extermination Scripture? Did it come from another catalog? Thinking about that, Zhongshou slowly became excited. Since the Cloud World had such a technique, then it meant that there might be a remnant page of the Imperial Destruction True Scripture that could be found in the Cloud World. He felt weird in his heart. Styx River Death Sword, 6-god defensive knife technique. Was this a coincidence? These 2 techniques that he relied on in his last life, each of them had unlimited potential. The former was because he grasped the life and death technique, which was why he could explain it. As for the latter, if he found the complete Imperial Destruction True Scripture, then even if it became a grade 13 ability, or even above, Zhongshou wouldn't find it weird. He felt like there was an invisible hand pushing him from behind. A moment later, Zhongshou shook his head and laughed involuntarily. It is most probably a coincidence. I am being too suspicious. However, is there really no true realm expert in this world, and their abilities can only reach grade 13? If he hadn't seen the picture, Zhongshou would have believed it. However, after looking at it, his thoughts were slightly shaken. Who knows, maybe he and the others from the Cloud World were just frogs in a well. However, thinking about it, The background of the Imperial Destruction true scripture wasn't that weird. After all, it came from another world. These two diagrams must have come from the hands of a true realm expert, and there must be other half-step true realm experts in this world. At this moment, Zhongsho felt that it was more and more possible that Wushang Yuan Demon came for this item. However, Xian increasing technique? Zhongsho's spiritual sense was like a flood as it swept the picture. A moment later, he was startled. This catalog really did have the ability to increase one's strength. However, one would need a corresponding artifact to do so. However, the process was really problematic. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it now. I will just pay more attention in the future. After making up his mind, Zhongsho flipped his hand, and a flying knife appeared in his hand. This wasn't the cloud flame flying knife from before, but a set of magical artifact-grade flying knives that Zhongsho found. There were only 10 of them, and they were also fire and water merging artifacts known as Zimu Fallen Leaf Knives. One main knife and 9 sub-knives. As long as the main knife was in his hand and the sub-knives weren't damaged, then he could retract them from thousands of miles away. At this moment, he was the head of dozens of worlds and could obtain all kinds of magical artifacts below celestial treasures. This set of Zimu Fallen Leaf Knives was just a slightly more outstanding set of magical artifacts from Judu Xianing's collection. Zhongsho had nurtured them for a full 2 years and had raised 5 of them to the point where their spiritual senses were connected. At this moment, what he was doing was exactly the same as when he had drawn the Cloud Shocking Divine Annihilation Sword intent into his saber. He was imprinting a portion of the Imperial Celestial Slaying records that could be used independently into the body of the Zimu Fallen Leaf Knives. At the start, it was still okay, and the knife could barely take it. Zhongsho could also feel that the spiritual energy within the knife was crazily gathering and increasing. The gunmetal power within was fully activated. The sharpness seeped out of the knife, and the moment his skin touched it, a thread of blood seeped out. However, when Zhongsho carved the 9th seal, he felt that the knife body couldn't take it anymore and was showing signs of collapsing. Zhongsho's expression changed slightly as he carefully passed the 2 diagrams to Shun Yuexian beside him. Take a look at this picture first, and then we can talk about your thoughts. Chapter 1142. Zhongsho's expression changed, and he carefully passed the 2 diagrams to Shun Yuexian. Take a look at this first, and then we can talk about your thoughts. Shun Yuexian was really curious. To be able to make Zhongsho's attitude suddenly change, to be able to promise Mingri Xian that he would be risking his life, what kind of mysteries did this diagram have? At this moment, Zhongsho passed it over. Shun Yuexian hesitated slightly before taking it, and taking a close look. From the start, he knew that the item in his hand was really extraordinary. However, when he focused and studied it for a moment, his expression turned solemn. Shun Yuexian's formation attainments were much stronger than Zhongsho's. Just a few minutes later, he felt his head go numb and his body turn cold. A long while later, he came back to his senses. There definitely shouldn't be such a magical item in this world. It should be something from another region, right? I didn't think that the outer region really existed. He was deep in thought as he said, the Dao Soldier cultivation method and Dao Soldier formation in the Imperial Demon Slaying records are really extraordinary. It should be the prototype of the spirit-changing demon slaying warriors and Source Ocean demon slaying warriors. How amazing. I don't have much knowledge in this area, and only know that this formation might be able to break through the limits of the End Realm. Next would be the Imperial Celestial Slaying records. What is recorded within is definitely the crafting method of a top god treasure. If one could really craft it, it would be half a step to open the heavens, and it would be a rare killing god artifact. Looking at the diagram, it isn't a flying knife crafting method, but a gourd, the Celestial Slaying Gourd. You think so too? Zhongsho's eyes lit up, and then they were filled with helplessness. Unfortunately, not only is the artifact embryo hard to find, but crafting it is also tough. Although I have this diagram, The possibility of successfully refining it is extremely small. That might not be the case. In fact, this diagram already records the complete artifact, nurturing spiritual art. Shun Yuexian couldn't help laughing, and then his expression became serious again. Speaking of which, Your Majesty actually trusts me so much that you're willing to share such a miraculous item with me. Do you not believe that I will reveal the secret of this map in the future? This was especially so for the Dao soldier cultivation technique. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the foundation of the Diqian. Zhongshou shook his head slightly. After all, a person's ability was limited. If he was the kind of person who was narrow-minded and treasured his secret technique, he would not be able to fully understand the mysteries of this painting even after hundreds of years. Only by combining everyone's strength and drawing on the knowledge and experience of others would they be able to shorten the time required to grasp the technique. The person in front of him was worthy of his trust. Ignoring Shun Yuexian's last few words, Zhongshou said in a low voice, "In other words, the embryo of this item is not as precious as I thought, right? That's not right either. Power should also be strong, but the difference in the quality of the embryo is too huge. Then, after the artifact is formed, it will be different. Apart from that, this diagram can be separated from the Imperial Destruction True Scripture and merged into the artifact. It can buff the God artifact and raise the quality of the sword-slaying celestial gourd. However, I think that it can only be done after the Imperial Destruction True Scripture is completed," Shun Yuexian said flatly. But in his heart, he was filled with emotions. He thought to himself that no matter what, just for this unreserved trust, he had to do something for Zhongshou. Apart from that, to be able to take a look at the Imperial Destruction True Scripture was also his fortuitous encounter. To be able to know the structure of this half-a-step heaven opening God artifact would be of indescribable benefit to his artifact crafting skills. I will try my best to break down the basics of the artifact formation as well as the artifact nurturing spiritual art from the diagram. If Your Majesty finds a suitable artifact embryo, you can craft it yourself. It should be really simple. Apart from that, Your Majesty is good at flying knives, right? After this Qin Emperor tomb matter ends, I will use this to craft a set of flying knives for Your Majesty. Zhongshou was delighted. He didn't have much hope in crafting the celestial slaying gourd. However, if Shun Yuexian could craft a set of flying knives for him, it would definitely raise the level of his six-god defensive knife technique by several levels compared to powers. It might not be as strong as the blade energy from the Imperial Celestial Slaying diagram, but it would definitely be much stronger than normal flying knives. Apart from the Imperial Celestial Slaying diagram, Mingri Xian also left Zhongshou a jade letter. It recorded Mingri Xian's cultivation experiences and his comprehension of the destiny technique. Zhongshou swept it with his spiritual sense and didn't care much about it. This item was precious, but he couldn't comprehend it all in a short time. As expected, it didn't record the foundations of Mingri Xian's cultivation. As a result, the use of the jade letter to him was reduced by a level. After all, they were just strangers who had met by chance, and they were just using each other. They couldn't be like their master Xian Shuang, who could explain everything about the source spirit breathing technique and the Upanishads of the life divine incantation to Shi Yan. He also couldn't be like Long Ying, who taught him everything. He placed all of this aside, and Zhongshou continued to imprint a portion of the spiritual patterns into the set of mother and son fallen leaf knives. Actually, there were many things that he couldn't understand. However, when he carved them in, he could raise the grade of the flying knives. He also started to think about Mingri Xian's goal. How weird. Mingri Xian is willing to give up such a promise to let us defend the altar. What is he planning? He said apologetically, "In a few hours, it might be really dangerous. This time, Zhongshou has implicated all of you." He was referring to Shun Yuexian and Osamuhara. He didn't include Su Xiao. The latter curled her lips, her eyes rolling as she looked at Zhongshou with grievance. What other scheme could it be? He just wants us to be targets to attract those qi cultivators and corpse generals. Then he can do things in the dark. Zhong Shou laughed. Su Xiaoxiao's words were similar to his. Osamu Hara said emotionally. What implicating? It isn't like the two of us didn't get any benefits from that fellow. Actually, what I'm most curious about now is what exactly did Shizi leave behind in this heaven altar all those years ago? When he said the last few words, Osamu Hara looked towards the center of the altar. There was a giant cauldron that was 1,000 feet wide. However, at this moment, it had flipped over. The sacrificial artifact that weighed billions of kilograms was facing the sky and pressing down on the altar. The restriction was connected to the entire altar. It was simple, but even in the eyes of a top formation master like Shan Yuexian, there was no gap and he couldn't break it. The result of forcefully breaking the formation would definitely cause the restriction in the altar to collapse. It wouldn't be able to counter the dragon formation. This was probably the reason why Mingri Xian and those Qi cultivators couldn't forcefully obtain the spiritual item in the cauldron. Zhongshu had tried just now. This restriction should be based on the mysterious life golden book. As long as one was listed in the book and was within the top 30, one could unlock the restriction and take out Shizi's items. However, Zhongshu didn't collect it immediately. Instead, he was waiting for someone. As expected, a moment later, he saw a graceful woman walking over from afar. Mingri Xian's master had an item that was snatched by Great Qin and buried in a Pang palace. It should be one of the keys to the revival of the Qin emperor. Although this person entered Xianyang City a day ago, Shufu was really wary and didn't give him any chance. This was why he activated the altar in advance. He also predicted that the changes here would attract a few of us. The person who came was Fan Ming and Lin Suan. In just a few words, she solved the doubts of Zhongshu and the others. Her brows were filled with a dark and cold unhappiness. He predicted that we had to defend this place. Zhongshu looked out of the altar, only to see that Shizi's second formation core was corroding the dragon formation more and more. If this went on, no matter how unwilling Shufu was, he would have to react. Even if his main body couldn't come over, he would send experts over. The doubts in his heart were solved. Zhongshu still asked, Senior Master, how important is that legacy artifact to Mingri Xian? Also, do you know why Shizi's master entered the tomb? His expression was respectful, and he didn't dare to show any disrespect. Lin Suan was the youngest out of Yuan Jing and Xian Shuang. Be it cultivation or talent, she wasn't weaker than the other two. She was also instructed by Shizi all year round. After Yuan Jing and Lin Shuang both stepped into End Realm. At this moment, Lin Suan was carrying the hopes of the entire Tsang Xingdao. She was the one who had the highest chance of living forever after Wei Su. However, Lin Suan wasn't in a rush. She still had 3,000 years of lifespan. With Tsang Xingdao's current strength, she didn't need to be anxious. This was the effect of the mysterious life golden book. Doubling one's lifespan meant that there were many more possibilities. Although it wasn't a killing artifact, it was a half-a-step heaven opening god artifact. That legacy artifact can increase his lifespan. It can even increase his luck and reduce the jealousy of the heavens. How important do you think it is? People who were good at divination had to be really talented too. Cultivation wasn't tough. The only obstacle was that the heavens and earth didn't tolerate it. Lin Suan looked towards the giant cauldron. As for why Shizi entered the tomb, he didn't tell us. However, I guess that it has something to do with the heaven-opening god artifact hidden in the cloud world. As for what it is, I don't know. While speaking, Lin Suan's hand pressed towards the giant cauldron. She didn't use much strength and flipped the giant cauldron open. The items within were surprisingly dazzling. They were filled with life energy that didn't fit in with Xianyang City, unbelievably thick. There were even a few items that could be compared to the 9 whole life essence stone in Zhongshu's hands. There was fine wine, medicinal pills, all kinds of spiritual materials, and a few treasures inside. However, without exception, there was a huge amount of life essence power gathered within. They were all in the same body and couldn't be separated. So that was the case. Zhongsho thought about it for a moment and understood. The death energy in this small world was just too thick. However, the heavens and earth itself was balanced. Yin and yang gave birth to one another. Life and death went against one another. Such laws were constant. Where there was death, there was life. Even if the dragon formation twisted the laws, it couldn't wipe out the presence of life energy. To be continued. Chapter 1143. The death energy was strong, but it didn't mean that life force didn't exist. It was just that it was suppressed and covered. Shizi used the altar to collect all the life essence power within Xianyang City. After 10,000 years of accumulation, the life force within had reached a shocking level. Zhongsho reached out and took out a jade bottle. The pills within were all law pills, close to celestial pills. Out of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow-grade spiritual treasures, they were top-grade Xian grade. It could stimulate one's potential and strengthen one's soul. It could help cultivators cultivate and also be used in desperate situations to stimulate one's potential. Most importantly, no matter if one was alive or dead, one could use it. However, at this moment, there were obvious changes within the pills. Within the pills, there were spiritual patterns similar to Xiantian spiritual treasures and Xiantian god treasures. However, it was much weaker. It also caused the effects of the pills to change. Apart from stimulating one's potential, it could also extend lifespan. What is this? Xiantian spiritual pill? Zhongsho was speechless. The bottle of pills in his hand could at most extend lifespan by 10 years. However, it couldn't handle the huge amount. There were about 300 bottles of medicine, and the total number of pills should be more than 10,000. Among them, there was no lack of immortal pills that were close to the level of heaven-ranked spirit treasures. Pills that could extend lifespan weren't the only ones that were between heaven and earth. The celestial wine and various precious spiritual herbs that were buried with him should have such an ability too. However, within these bottles, Zhongsho didn't notice anything similar to the Heaven Essence Life Creation Pill, which could be used to extend lifespan. Not only were there no lifespan extending pills, but there were also no pills that could be used by living people. The pills within were mostly between heaven and earth. No matter if one was alive or dead, one could use them. Such a situation definitely wasn't done on purpose by Shizi. It was most probably because they couldn't be found within the tomb. Zhongsho was pretty much sure that those cultivators who wanted to search for lifespan extending pills would be disappointed. Speaking of which, pills similar to the Heaven Essence Life Creation Pill are mostly hidden within the subtomb. Zhongsho looked in the direction of a Pang Palace and fell into deep thought. Qin probably foresaw that a top-grade life-extending pill, like the Heaven Essence Life Creation Pill, couldn't be stored in the main tomb, which was why he placed it in the subtomb for safekeeping. Logically speaking, even after tens of thousands of years, there was no need to fear being stolen. However, that Qin emperor had probably never imagined that merely 2,000 years after his death, the heavens and the earth would be obliterated and the land of clouds would collapse. Even the East Kunlun Mountain was discounted. Although there were many pills in the cauldron, the people present were only slightly surprised. 10 or 20 years of lifespan was equivalent to nothing to them. Instead, it was the 10 over-immortal treasures within the cauldron that attracted his attention. Osamuhara only took a few glances before he said enviously, "Back then, Saint Shizi must have collected all the best treasures in the Qin Imperial Palace and stored them here." Zhongsho felt the same way. These 10 over-immortal treasures were the top ones. After 10,000 years of collection within the cauldron, due to the life essence power, some Xiantian spiritual patterns were formed. To control these immortal treasures, apart from the abilities of the treasures themselves, they could also inject life energy into the artifact master to heal injuries. However, although the few of them were tempted, no one had any intention of collecting them. The treasures here were left by Shizi in the past. At this moment, with Lin Xianjing and Zhongsho who came from Songqingdao here, no matter what, it wasn't up to them to decide. They also didn't dare to have any hopes. After all, any one of the celestial artifacts here could be the sect protecting treasure of a sect or faction, Lin Suin said generously. Later on, I might need all of your help. This battle is dangerous, and my Tsang Xingdao can't help for free. All of you can take a portion of the items within the cauldron. Osamuhara was delighted and didn't reject, directly taking a half-step god treasure, celestial sword. Although it wasn't the most precious one out of the 10 immortal treasures, it was what he wanted. Chen Yuexian hesitated for a moment. Unexpectedly, he took out a few crafting materials from the many spiritual treasures. Su Xiaoxiao kept a full 10% of the life-extending pills into her sleeves. Lin Suin couldn't help but scoff coldly, her brow furrowed. Compared to treasures, she cared more about these spiritual pills. However, Su Xiaoxiao knew her limits, and the pills she took didn't touch her bottom line. When Lin Suin looked at Chu Shui once more, her eyes were filled with gentleness. Little Shui, what do you want? Just take the things here. Naturally, he doted on his own disciple. It didn't matter if it was 3 or 5. Chu Shui tilted her head and thought about it. In the end, she shook her head. Master, I have no use for Shui. I don't know which one is better. Following which she looked towards Zhong Shou in anticipation. Let senior brother choose for me. Lin Suin was instantly furious, using a knife-like gaze to stare at Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou was helpless, but he bore Lin Suin's cold gaze and took a few items. They were the Fuxiantian Gung metal energy, which Zhong Shou scattered and injected into the Imperial Celestial slaying diagram. In just a short moment, it started to transform. However, for it to completely transform into the Imperial Celestial slaying blade energy, Zhong Shou estimated that it would take at least half a year. 3 types of Earth-grade Xiantian Gung metal energy can only make up for 70% of the blade energy. Zhong Shou was slightly disappointed. Following which he took the 10 drops of jade-white marrow liquid floating in midair and dripped them into the 9-hole life essence stone. This was the jade essence clear marrow, which shouldn't have been left by Shizi. Instead, it was the purest life energy essence within the cauldron, formed over 10,000 years. It could be used to refine pills and nurture artifacts, especially the 9-hole life essence stone. After the marrow was dripped in, this piece of jade became even more translucent and filled with life energy. The spirituality that was slightly damaged due to Shen Yuexian not only recovered, but it was even stronger than before. This jade stone gave out a clear glow which spread out 10,000 feet in just a short moment. Lin Suin looked on from opposite, her eyes lit up. Are you prepared to hand this item to your master? Zhong Shou laughed and didn't reply. If she wanted to exchange for this item from him, then she had to give him something of equal value. This time, it was Lin Suin's turn to be helpless. There were many treasures in the cauldron, but there were only a few that could be compared to the 9-hole life essence stone. Coincidentally, there were things that Zhong Shou couldn't use. She instantly said angrily, "To think that your master loves you so much. Do you know that my second sister and your longing master are working together to let you step into the end realm within 1,000 years to prove your longevity?" Zhong Shou was stunned and looked over in confusion. He didn't understand what Lin Suin meant. Be it Lin Xuan or Long Ying, they had both warned him before. Over the years, his cultivation had progressed too slowly, and he was afraid that his foundation would be unstable. He would rather slow down his progress in cultivation than have the problem of insufficient Dao foundation. However, why were the two of them so eager? To prove longevity within 1,000 years. Wasn't that a little too quick? Although Zhong Shou himself stepped into peak celestial realm in a short 20 years. However, he knew that he would need at least 2,000 years to step into end realm, maybe even 10,000 years. Not only did he need to accumulate, but he also needed to wait for the right time. 49 of the Daya numbers, one has escaped. This region should only have 49 end realm saint venerables. Lin Suin said leisurely. However, the heavens will always leave a way out. The rules of heaven and earth can't remain the same, and there will always be some flaws to be found. Roughly 120,000 years ago, someone created a Tao snatching technique. This technique either swallowed many Sciention God treasures or merged God items into one's foundations. Or one could just kill Saint Venerables to forcefully snatch their foundations and merge with the laws of heaven and earth. Zhongsho listened on quietly. His eyes were still filled with confusion. What Lin Suan said was something he already knew. This region could only allow 49 End Realm Saint Venerables to exist at the same time. If others wanted to step into End Realm, they could only wait for one End Realm Saint Venerable soul to be destroyed, and the Saint Venerable spot was empty. Naturally, End Realm Saint Venerables had undying souls. However, if all 49 End Realm Saint Venerables were there, they wouldn't be able to revive. Only when one fell into a deep sleep would they be able to appear in the world. There were roughly 50 known End Realm Saint Venerables in this region. In total, there should be around 100 of them. At least half of them used the Tao snatching technique. Such a Tao forming technique was no different from a true End Realm Saint Venerable. The only shortcoming was that it would completely lose the possibility of attaining the Tao through the right path. Lin Suan continued. Actually, when second senior sister revived and reached End Realm, she found it weird. Why would there be an empty End Realm spot in this region? However, at that time, she only thought that senior brother Shizi's battle was too intense. In 1,000 years, at least 13 End Realm souls were destroyed, so she didn't pay much attention to it. However, when Wei Su stepped into the Eternal Realm, senior brother Xiuwan and brother Long Ying noticed that the situation was different. Do you know that your senior brother Wei Su has actually prepared 3 natural divine artifacts of similar natures since a long time ago, and he intends to seize their foundation at the last moment and utilize them to attain the Tao? Normally, when one used external strength to form the Tao, one would be able to sense it. However, if there were multiple Sciention God treasures and they were compatible with one's foundations, then it was okay. Did senior brother Wei Su not use them in the end? Zhongsho's brow rose up, and he roughly understood what Lin Suan meant. Was there still an empty End Realm spot in this world? How is that possible? Now that 10,000 years had passed, even if Shizi died in that battle, no matter how many Saint Venerables died, at this moment, the 49 seats should have been filled up by now. Then, the only possibility was that there was a change in heaven and earth. Senior brother Xiuwan left to investigate the cause of this change. However, be it Long Ying or the 2 senior sisters, they all felt that it was a coincidence and it wouldn't last for too long. So, if we want to live forever, then it is best if we do so within these 1,000 years. Chapter 1144. Lin Suan spoke slowly, causing the 5 of them to feel their hearts shake. Although the former was only talking about Zhongsho, the people here, including Chu Shui and Shen Yuexian, all had a chance of reaching immortality. With the changes in heaven and earth, End Realm Saint Venerables weren't restricted by 49 people. This meant that these 1,000 years might be the best time to form the Tao. If they missed this chance, who knows how long they would have to wait. Even if they could reach immortality in the future, they would most probably walk the path of the outer path. Zhongsho's eyes shone slightly before he calmed down. Instead, he frowned. Will the heaven and earth change only last 1,000 years? Which means that Shizi's master needs to revive within these 1,000 years, right? Lin Suan smiled bitterly. This was another thing that gave her a headache. The first problem with reviving Shizi was that they hadn't found where his body was sealed. The second problem was that half-a-step true realm saint venerables who was hiding in the dark. As for the 49 people restriction, Song Xingdao didn't care much about it. If there really wasn't an empty spot, with Song Xingdao's 4 End Realm Saint Venerables, they could work together to kill an End Realm that they didn't like. However, with the changes in heaven and earth, it gave him a headache instead. This region had been around for at least 1,000,000 years. During these 1,000,000 years, no one knew how many End Realm Saint Venerables were born and how many fell. During these 1,000 years, it was hard to estimate how many cultivators had accumulated enough to take the chance to reach the Tao. In this era 1,000 years later, the number of End Realm Saints would far exceed that of normal times. For Tsang Xingdao to wait for an End Realm spot to be empty, it would take at least 100,000 years. Your senior brother and Yuan Jing are thinking of a way, so there is no rush. Lin Suan sighed. With a wave of her sleeve, she collected all the items in the cauldron into her sleeve. However, Zhongsho's eyes were quick and his hands were nimble. He took out an item from inside and gave it to Chu Shui. It was a rather ornate pendant inlaid with rubies. It should be an immortal treasure that could enhance one's soul. Zhongsho was only able to recognize that it was a phoenix blood cloud stone at the very last moment. Other than increasing one's soul remembrance, wearing this item could also increase one's intuition and could even use it to predict good or bad luck. The effect of this item was negligible to others. However, to a Grandmaster of Divination or someone like Chu Shui, who had a combat martial body, it was a well-deserved treasure. This item also had innate spear inscriptions that could heal injuries. Even though its effects weren't outstanding, it could still be considered a half-step divine artifact. Lin Suan was puzzled at first, but after taking a closer look, she felt relieved and her gaze turned to admiration. Phoenix Blood Cloud Pendant? Good eyesight. Although this item is good, Shui, you shouldn't use it normally. If you rely on it too much, it will only cause your intuition to stop. Chu Shui was stunned. She only felt that after wearing the pendant, her soul, which was originally weaker than true qi, was suppressing the latter. The range of her soul expanded by several times. The entire world seemed to have become clearer. She could even sense what Zhongsho's next action was going to be. She loved this feeling, but she still followed Lin Suan's words. She formed a few seals and temporarily cut off the connection between her mind and the Phoenix Blood Cloud Stone pendant. Lin Suan didn't collect all of the items within the cauldron. Outside of the cauldron, at least half of it was a ball of chaotic gray mist. However, it was life essence power formed over 10,000 years. It wasn't as pure as the jade essence clear marrow and was mixed with a lot of earth energy. However, Zhongsho didn't need to worry about all this as Xiaori ran out on its own. It spat out a yellow pearl and swallowed the life essence energy bit by bit. This is the heavy earth pearl? So this is its use. That year when he wiped out Shuyin's sect, Xiaori specially took out this pearl that was formed not long ago. Then, he didn't see this fellow use it. This was something that Zhongsho found weird. So it was used here. That yellow pearl was obviously different from before. When Xiaori spat it out, its internal strength was filled with life essence and good energy. At this moment, after swallowing and merging with the life essence energy, it gave out close to 10,000 feet of light. The land around the altar was gray and dead. However, when the light shone on it, the color changed and it was slowly recovering. The legendary Qilin, everywhere it passed, it would become fertile land. Everywhere it went, there would be a huge harvest. Could this legend have come about because of this? Looking at the appearance of this heavy earth pearl, it seemed like Xiaori's second golden pellet. Fire gave birth to earth gave birth to metal. Then, Zhongsho looked closely and saw that within the pearl, there was a thread of sharp metal energy. It was a sharp metal energy that was born from the pure earth essence. Zhongsho didn't care much. Even if this heavy earth pearl would cause Xiaori to give birth to a new ability, it definitely wouldn't be now. Apart from the life essence energy, there was also a person within the cauldron. More accurately, it was a person's body that was frozen in a piece of ancient Xian ice. Zhongsho had seen many beautiful girls in his life. For example, Zhao Yinran's eyes, Su Xiaoxiao's seductive looks, Chu Shui's innocent looks, they were all top beauties. However, they couldn't compare to the person within the Xian ice. Her skin was like white jade, shining brightly in the snow. Her face was like a crescent moon. Her mouth was like a cherry. Her facial features were also incomparably exquisite to the point of perfection. She was sleeping in this piece of ancient Xian ice and shouldn't have died. Only her life force was frozen. However, 10,000 years had passed, and it would take some effort to revive this person. Is she a concubine that was buried along with the Qin emperor? Zhongshan guessed. He knew that in ancient times, after a ruler died, he would often bury the concubines apart from the main concubine to prevent him from feeling lonely after death. He thought to himself that the Qin emperor really paid a lot of attention to this girl. He actually didn't kill her, but just used Xian ice to freeze her. Shizi found it weird, hiding her body in the cauldron to prevent death energy from entering her room. Was he taking care of her? Osamu Hara and Shen Yuexian looked closely. Su Xiaoxiao's lips curled up, her voice filled with jealousy. She looks really beautiful. There's actually such a beautiful person in this world. Lin Suin swept the few of them who were distracted by the looks of the person in the eyes, her eyes filled with a smile. Don't be wrong, this person is a guy. If it was a girl, she would have kept her and studied her when she returned. Guy. Zhongshan was stunned for a moment. Looking closely, as expected, there was an Adam's apple at the throat. The faces of Yuan Yuexian and Shun Yuexian flushed red. However, the two of them were people whose faces were as thick as the city walls. The latter was so serious and looked like a gentleman, so it was hard to see any signs of embarrassment on his face. Su Xiaoxiao heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how beautiful he was still a guy. Zhongshan instinctively thought about Chahohu. In terms of looks, out of all the guys he knew, only this one could compare to him. However, who was this person? To be able to make Shizi pay so much attention to him, and even protect his life, he had to be special. He wore silver white armor, the standard armor of the Qin dynasty. His position wasn't low. However, the Qin dynasty was black. Only this person wore silver white armor. He should be a general of the Qin dynasty. Who is he? Osamu also guessed. I heard that during the Cloud Desolate era, before the Qin emperor, there was a top general called the Wuanjuan. He looked like a girl and was extremely beautiful. The Wuanjuan died before the Qin emperor took over the throne. Although the Cloud world was unified by the Qin emperor, it was still under his rule. However, in the eyes of many military scholars, the reason why the Qin dynasty was able to sweep the world was because of this Wu Anjuan. After the war, he wiped out half of the armies in the world. At that time, the three strong countries that were on the same footing as the Qin dynasty were all crushed by this Wu Anjuan. Their elites were all killed and their strength was greatly damaged. This caused the Qin dynasty to be the strongest in the world. In the end, his merits shocked the emperor, and it was said that he was forced to commit suicide. Impossible. The era doesn't match. Shen Yuexian shook his head and took in a deep breath. It could be Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Wang Ben, or Li Yexin. However, I have never heard of any of them being so beautiful. Is it Lord Longyang? Zhongshan listened on from the side and was too lazy to guess. He thought to himself that these two people were getting more and more preposterous. However, after the Qin emperor unified the Qin dynasty, many of the generals under him died in a short few decades. There were even a few who were killed after he died. That was also a fact. Thinking about it, Zhongshan kept that piece of Xian ice. If he was in a good mood, he would revive it. With the life and death serious, he also had this ability. When a few of them saw the situation, they all collected their thoughts. At this moment, they all knew that the corpse army was about to arrive, so they all started to make their preparations. Lin Suin shot out a full 3,000 flags, forming a yin-yang taiji circle outside of the altar. After it was formed, many golden flames burned within and chased away the corpse energy. It actually didn't conflict with the formation that Shizi left and was tightly connected. It was obvious that before they entered, they understood the formation like the back of their hands. This flag formation was specially prepared to deal with the corpse army. Shen Yuexian was a formation expert, but he wasn't able to lay out a formation here. However, he took out numerous parts. Then, the crowd watched with their own eyes as puppets holding scarlet bows and arrows were rapidly assembled one after another. There were a full 200 of them guarding the altar. There were also 100 red shield puppets guarding the steps below. Osamuhara stuck many talismans around the altar. His 10,000 spirit extinction could suck away all the spiritual energy in an area, and it could also guide and gather the spiritual energy, such that when the people here cast spells, they didn't need to be afraid of lacking spiritual energy. Zhongsho also went all out, releasing Little Gold, Hanshi, and the Red Fire Gold Ant. They hid within Lin Suin's flag formation. He sat in the middle of the altar, preparing to merge with Buddhist faction Wish Power to form the unlimited beginning and end Buddha body. The location of this altar was the best. It pretty much gathered half of the spiritual veins in this small world and was the best spell altar. With Lin Suin and the others protecting, he could rest assured and send his soul out. Chapter 1145. Although Mingri Xian wanted to make use of it, Zhongsho didn't want the altar that Shizi left, the only thing that could restrict the Qin Emperor, to be destroyed by the corpse army. Based on what Lin Suin said, not only was the legacy treasure important to Mingri Xian, but it was also the key item for the revival of the Qin Emperor. If the latter could really steal it back, it would basically mean that Shifu's plan would fail. Be it for personal or personal reasons, Zhongsho had to go all out. When everything was prepared, Zhongsho looked towards the west. The 12 copper giants should be in a paying palace. However, because of the heavenly altar, he was unable to enter it. Who knows what the situation was like over there? Luckily, he only needed to wait for a few hours. Once the second core cleared out and controlled the spiritual patterns of the dragon formation, it would complete the reverse control. The few of them would be able to leave from the altar. At that time, this place wouldn't be something that a few corpse generals could destroy. He was only afraid that when he rushed over, it would be too late and the 12 copper men would fall into the hands of others. Why are you so anxious? Lin Suin was expressionless and didn't care at all. If the 12 copper men were so easy to steal, then Shizi would have stolen them long ago. Do you think he isn't willing to take such a treasure back to suppress Cong Xingdao's luck? It isn't that he isn't willing, but that he can't. If you go over tonight, it might be a good thing. Moreover, there is still Shifu in the palace. It was actually a good thing to let others probe the situation first. Zhongsho, your calmness isn't good enough. Zhongsho was instantly shocked. It was because of the copper men that he was worried about the lives of numerous Diqian people. He didn't ask for all the copper men. He just needed to snatch one, such that the 12 copper men couldn't form the formation and he would be at ease. However, since Lin Suin said that, he calmed down and waited quietly. An hour later, Chu Shui, who was kneeling behind Zhongsho, was the first to raise her head. She looked warily towards the west. Lin Suin, who had the strongest spiritual sense, woke up from her meditation, and her eyes shone sharply. They are here. The few of them used their spiritual sense to look out. On the streets 100 miles out, numerous vengeful corpses gathered together, forming a black corpse wave. It was as if dozens of huge arrowheads were pressing down on the altar at the same time. There were a total of 6 to 7 million corpses, and the ones at the front were the corpses of this huge city. Although they were a bunch of disorderly and chaotic, any one of them had combat strength to be no weaker than Xiantian experts. Behind these corpses were millions of Great Qin's elite soldiers, hundreds of thousands of cavalry ready to charge. The few of them didn't to stop do. As for those vengeful corpses, they looked slow. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the front end of the corpse tide had already closed in on the 40-kilometer distance and entered the empty area around the heaven altar. The ground was instantly ignited with a layer of faint red flames. It covered tens of miles of land. This wasn't Lin Suin's red flag golden flame formation, but the second core onto the altar. It started to control the dragon formation to defend and counterattack. Those vengeful corpses were obviously afraid of the flames, hesitating slightly in front of the formation. However, he was immediately controlled by an inexplicable force and stepped into the red flames that were about 3 inches high, just right at his waist. In just a few steps, their legs were swiftly burned in the flames. Corpse energy burned. Then, their entire bodies turned into dust in the red flames. Zhongshou and the others relaxed. They were thinking about how strong the altar formation was and how much easier this battle would be. Then his mind tensed up once more. Those vengeful corpses surged in wave after wave. More and more vengeful corpses melted, and more corpse energy spread out, such that the red flames were unable to burn them all out. The corpse energy got thicker and thicker, and the flames were extinguished by a large amount. In just a short moment, close to 1 million vengeful corpses disappeared in the flames. However, the area covered by the crimson flames had been reduced to only 20 miles. The corpse army behind was already close to the red flag golden flame formation. Looking down from the altar, it was a black mass of gray heads, making his head feel numb. Even if you were dead, you were still doing this. Lin Suin scoffed, and the golden flames charged out of the flag formation. It mixed with the red flames, and the flames swept several miles. In just a dozen breaths, another 100,000 vengeful corpses turned into dust. It also swept away the corpse energy around. In the past, when Qin swept the various countries, they ordered the local people to attack to reduce casualties. When the Confucians rose up, they often used this as evidence to say that Qin was immoral. Zhongshou also moved. The black and white Dharma appeared 5,000 feet in the air. On the left was a ball of darkness that couldn't be seen. On the right was a ball of bright and eye-piercing white light. It twisted the space and folded the light. It caused half of the 100 miles around to be darkness where one couldn't see anything, and the other half to be light where one couldn't open their eyes. Xiaori and Xiaoye, the two black and white Qilins, each hid in the black and white balls of light. At this moment, the two god beasts couldn't be suppressed anymore. They went all out to help Zhongshou, calmly adjusting the unlimited beginning and end Dharma. Under the illumination of the white light, tens of thousands of corpses were pierced full of holes and turned into dust as they wailed in pain. The ball of darkness was swallowing the corpse energy, forcefully turning it into unlimited light. It formed a delicate balance in the sky, burning and melting the corpses around. Unlimited beginning and end, endless and endless. As long as the balance wasn't broken, then the unlimited light and endless darkness could last forever. Lin Suin couldn't help but look over. This was the first time she saw Zhongshou's Dharma. Although he used celestial realm power to activate it, it was much stronger than the flag formation she prepared. It also suppressed the corpse army that was gathered here. If the corpse generals didn't react and there were no other changes, then just Zhongshou alone, with this ability, will be able to wipe out the millions of troops. However, in the next moment, a sharp white light suddenly pierced towards the top of the Temple of Heaven. Looking from afar, it was a bone spear that fell from the sky like a meteor. It locked onto Xiaori's aura within the white hole. This spear seemed to have stolen all the light in the world. One couldn't help but pay attention to it. Samuraim's gaze turned cold, and the black and white holes suddenly changed. The end was the beginning, and the beginning was the end. The white holes swiftly collapsed and swallowed everything. Even if the bone spear stabbed in, there was no reaction at all. Chapter 1146. Fresh blood seeped out of Zhongshou's mouth at the same time. It wasn't because of the bone spear, but because the beginning and end conversion technique wasn't mature and he was unable to fully control it. Half a year ago, he forced back Taisher Demon Lord in the common people's vast habitat. His greatest comprehension after that battle was the beginning and end conversion. Unfortunately, even now, he was unable to use it freely. It was also at this moment that a similarly tyrannical aura that was almost comparable to the bone spear from before suddenly charged toward the bone spear from within the white hole. It destroyed everything along the way. 100 miles out, close to 10,000 vengeful corpses were turned to dust by the sharp energy, unable to fight back at all. It wasn't until another bone spear reached out from the void and clashed with the energy that the battle ended. Then there was a loud explosion, and the huge energy surged in all directions. A full 10 miles were flattened. Within this range, all the vengeful corpses were wiped out. Zhongsho's expression turned serious as he looked over. He saw a black-armored person riding a giant war horse that the three of them were riding. He slowly walked toward the altar. His right hand held a war spear, and his left hand held a bone spear. Looking closely, the bone spear actually stretched out from the bones in his body. This black-armored general was using his cold and dead eyes to stare at the altar. Anyone who blocks my emperor from reviving will be killed. Along with the word kill, it spread out 100 miles. In the sky of the 4 cardinal directions, 4 gray spheres rose one after another. Who knows what treasure was, but it gave off large amounts of death energy. It was really thick, and even when the unlimited light shone on it, it was unable to be chased away. The endless darkness was also unable to swallow and absorb the death energy. It could only allow the gray mist to spread to 10 miles above the altar. Those vengeful corpses were protected by the death energy and weren't melted in a short time. Once again, they surrounded the formation such that even a drop of water couldn't seep through. It is the death spirit King Jade. Shen Yuexian was really knowledgeable, and right away he recognized what was within the 4 gray balls. His eyes were filled with shock. This Qin Emperor tomb actually gave birth to such a treasure. This could no longer be considered a rare treasure. It wasn't within the 4 ranks of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. It belonged to the category of divine objects. If a Saint Realm cultivator's Tao was related to death, they could directly swallow and refine these 4 death spirit king jades and form their Tao foundations. Zhongsho was helpless. It wasn't that his unlimited beginning and end wasn't good enough. It was just that his cultivation was too low. That was why he limited power. If he had the strength of the God Realm, or the black and white Qilin, his rank rose again. If that was the case, he would be able to forcefully suppress these 4 king jades. Zhongsho glanced at the direction of the black hole and frowned. The reason why the black Qilin couldn't resist the deathly aura was because it was unwilling to fight to the death. Even though Xiuguan had erased all of his memories, his divine sense was as pure as a piece of paper. However, because of the battle half a year ago, this divine beast disgust towards him was almost instinctive. It didn't decrease by much because it lost its memories. Due to the difference in cultivation, Zhongsho was unable to totally tame it. The reason why he was lightly injured during the beginning and end transformation was because of this black Qilin. Taking a look, Zhongsho shook his head and stopped bothering about it. Actually, he didn't expect that with just this unlimited beginning and end ability, he would be able to wipe out the millions of corpse sovereigns. Anyway, with the black and white Qilin controlling it for him, this unlimited beginning and end Dharma wouldn't use up too much of his energy. As long as the black and white hole was still hanging in the air, he would be able to restrict at least 4 close to Saint Realm corpse generals and those 4 Xiantian god treasures. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the Temple of Heaven, the immeasurable light still had the lethality that the corpses were unable to resist. Those corpses were blocked outside of the flag formation. The moment they got close, they would be burned by the flames, along with the impact of the unlimited light. Even fiendish corpses that were close to stage 5 would often turn into bone dust in an instant. Lin Suin looked on and couldn't help but sigh, as expected from the ability closest to grade 13. With your Dharma, even if billions of corpses hit, you should be able to block it. However, if your cultivation was higher, it would be much easier today. The unlimited light couldn't do anything to the pure death energy. However, it could purify the corpse energy and suppress these corpses. Apart from the flames and the blazing white light, dozens of gold and silver shadows flashed within the flag formation. Little Gold transformed into his body and worked with Hanshi and the dozens of Saint Fire Silver ants to clear out the strong corpses that charged into the flag formation. The light was like a shuttle, extremely quick. Everywhere they passed, even those spirit realm and celestial realm corpses couldn't block a casual strike from them. Often, when the light flashed, those strong corpses would be turned to dust. As a result, the entire red flag golden flame formation didn't move at all. At this moment, out of the 6 people on the altar, there were even a few who didn't attack. Maybe they knew that apart from using up the corpses in the city, such attacks were useless and couldn't do anything to the flag formation. After the desolate sound of the bugle horn, the corpses surrounding the formation retreated one after another. They swept over like a wave and then retreated like a wave. A few moments later, the army of corpses in neat formations appeared before the 6 of them, one after another. There were only 1,000,000 of them, but their aura was much more majestic, especially those 100,000 black armor iron cavalry, which gave off a suffocating aura. Zhongsho's expression was solemn, and he knew that this was just the start. The truly dangerous moment had only just arrived. 100,000 Great Sheen iron cavalry were at least comparable to 10 peak Saint Realm experts. Even if they had the dragon formation to rely on, even if they had the red flag golden flame formation to protect them, and even if they had a half-step end realm like Lin Xianxian, the scenes in front of them, it still made one's heart jump. However, the ones who attacked first weren't the corpse army that was slowly pressing over. Instead, hundreds of God Realm beasts dove down from the sky under the command of a few Saint Realm Bird Kings. The countless iron feathers were like sharp arrows that covered the entire Temple of Heaven. Gray-white flames spread across the sky. Like hundreds of meteors, their aura surged into the heavens. Qin Yuishuan's 200 arrow puppets immediately aimed their scarlet red bows at the sky where the corpse birds had come from. Lin Suan raised her hand. Her expression was solemn. She was obviously wary of these beasts. However, before they could react, they saw that the direction in which the corpse birds were falling towards suddenly deviated. They smashed into 20 miles away. Not only did they not damage the altar at all, but they even smashed the tens of thousands of corpse army formations into a mess. Everyone turned their heads and realized that Su Xiaoxiao had attacked. The demoness took out a blue jade slip that was as thin as a piece of paper and covered in spirit patterns, and placed it between her eyebrows. Where she sat cross-legged, there were 10 similar pieces of blue jade, which formed an irregular ring. He had actually set up a small spiritual array in the heaven altar to greatly increase his soul consciousness. She also used the Yuan Demon 7 emotion ability to cause the hundreds of beasts to change their original target. Lin Xianxian retracted her hand, even though she didn't have a good impression of Su Xiaoxiao. She couldn't help but look towards her with praise. Well done. Continue. Although she hated this girl, this Yuan Demon 7 emotion ability was really amazing. It twisted the emotions and even affected the 6 senses. Su Xiaoxiao alone could deal with the attacks of these beasts. If one looked closely, although this girl came from the demon path and was said to have many men, her eyes were pure and innocent. However, her eyes were pure and unblemished. She was still a virgin. These things couldn't be hidden from others. Lin Suan's impression of this girl instantly changed. However, this girl was infatuated with Zhongsho and should be her disciple's love rival. A demon path demon girl couldn't be relied on in the end. Thinking about this, she was startled. What was she thinking about? She didn't need to interfere in Zhongsho's matters. Keeping her emotions, Lin Suan continued to look forward, only to hear the sound of armor clashing. The 100,000 cavalry in the distance finally moved. Dozens of black armor cavalry that were slightly weaker than the spear-wielding general walked out of the iron cavalry formation. They all slowly galloped forwards, bringing the 100,000 cavalry forwards like a flood. The other Big Dipper infantry troops also steadily advanced. They were in an orderly formation as they surrounded from all directions. When they were 15 miles away from the altar, the 400,000 Big Dipper crossbow soldiers were the first to stop. Then, a full 400,000 red arrows covered the sky as they shot over. Meanwhile, the dozen or so corpse generals of Great Cheen gathered the momentum of an army of 10,000, and dozens of huge saber lights slashed in the direction of the heaven altar. Even the red flag golden flame formation instantly opened up a golden thin layer. The second formation core in the Temple of Heaven also drew down the star power in the sky in time. The thick and powerful magnetic force covered more than 20 miles. However, there were still a few flags that were broken by the blade light. The 400,000 arrows gave off a shocking aura. The entire altar was pretty much drowned. Even Zhongsho's unlimited ability couldn't swallow them all. In the end, Osamuhara acted and spat out the word explode. Billions of spiritual energy exploded out, forming a mushroom cloud 3,000 feet in the air. Energy was like a wall that spread out in all directions. It also knocked away all the crossbow arrows. As soon as a gap appeared in the scarlet flagpole golden flames formation, the golden flames within it weakened significantly. The 100,000 Cheen Iron Cavalry were still roaming outside and weren't in a rush to charge at the altar. Those Big Dipper sword soldiers didn't hesitate at all as they all stepped into the formation. In that instance, the energy meridians of all the vengeful corpses were connected, causing the bodies of all the Big Dipper sword soldiers to be covered in a layer of black energy. Even if they were burned by the red and golden flames at the same time, they were still perfectly fine. Only the immeasurable light was able to disregard the astral energy. It caused close to 10,000 of the corpse army to instantly die. Zhongsho looked on, and his brows were tightly furrowed. At this moment, there were still 2 hours until the agreed time with Guanzhizai. At this moment, he really didn't know whether or not the few of them could survive. Chapter 1147. That is the unlimited beginning and end ability. On the southwest city wall of Xianyang City, a white-shirt teen looked at the black and white light in the distance. This person was around 20, and he looked ashen white and devilish. There was a blood wound at his brow that stretched all the way to his hair. He was 7 feet tall, and his body was really thin, like he could be blown away by the wind. Endless darkness, immeasurable light. Interesting. Really interesting. I am just a little bit away from perfecting it, and it would be grade 13, a supreme ability that ignores realms. Hee, I didn't expect such an interesting person to appear in the cloud world after I was sealed for 6,000 years. Li Bieshua wants me to kill him? This person was obviously smiling, but Demon Lotus, who was standing beside him, couldn't feel any warmth at all. Her face was ashen white, and she said carefully, "It is this kid. This person is the Blood Sword Monster Lord, the current strongest country in the cloud world, the Qianhead. He is Tsang Shengdao's second-generation direct disciple, and his sword technique is really strong. In just 20 years, he has become one of the top experts in the world. Within half a year, hundreds of thousands of Demon Path disciples died because of him. Even world-stepping Demon Lord died because of him. At this moment, he is working with Buddhist faction and sword faction to suppress the cloud world. This is why Yuan Demon hates him to the bone and wants to get rid of him. World-stepping Demon Lord? Xingxia? That piece of trash is already dead? I was thinking back to that day when I ripped his skin and cut his tendons open to take a closer look. I wanted to see where that fellow got the ability to actually dare to call himself world-stepping. The teen giggled like he was filled with regret. Then his eyes flashed. Stop lying to me. With his personality, even if the Demon Path sects were wiped out, he wouldn't care. However, with world-stepping Demon Lord dying, he would lose a helper and feel heart-pained. He definitely wouldn't fight to the death with Tsang Shengdao over such things. Not mentioning others, just one Xiuguan was enough for him. I heard that Tsang Shengdao has 4 end realm experts, right? Demon Lotus lowered her brow and didn't dare to speak. He didn't dare to lie, nor did he dare to answer this person's question. The young man didn't care. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Demon Lotus' chin, forcing her to raise her head. His eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Demon Lotus, before I was unsealed, I swore an oath to kill him for that fellow. However, do you remember that I need to protect your life? As he spoke, his hand had already reached Madame Demon Lotus's chest. He tore apart her clothes and grabbed her towering breasts. After playing with it for a while, he suddenly grabbed it tightly. Even so, you're still unwilling to tell me? You should know my methods, right? Demon Lotus trembled, not daring to resist. Suppressing the pain in her chest, she pointed at her head and said, Demon Lotus wants to say it, but since Lord Yuan Mo sent me to see the Devil Master, how could he not be on guard? If the Devil Lord still wants to take my life, I can only wait for death. The young man narrowed his eyes. In the end, he let out a soft snort and released the Devil Lotus. TSK. It was this type of soul-sealing technique again. How boring. However, I really couldn't tell that a woman like you knew how to protect your life. Like he was really bored, he continued to look towards the altar. The young man put his finger into his mouth and sucked on the blood on his fingertip. His eyes squinted like he was thinking about something. A moment later, he asked, Have you contacted that Qi Hongyi? There is also Han Qing. I heard that he is the top disciple of the demon sect in these 10,000 years, and he cultivates the against the heaven demon technique? Yes, I have tried my best to contact him, but Demon Lotus hesitated slightly and said, Red Shirt Demon Lord doesn't seem willing to meet up with you. He said that he is badly injured and has other matters, so he won't be coming over. He also said that he would congratulate you on coming out of seclusion and that there would be a huge gift in a few days. The young man broke into a laugh. He doesn't dare to come over, right? Actually, there's no need for that. There aren't many people of the same generation left. No matter how crazy I am, I will remember the past and won't attack him. I really didn't expect that the most unassuming fellow in the same generation would become one of the top people of the demon path. Demon Lotus was silent as she tidied up her messy chest. If it wasn't for Wushang Yuan Demon's orders, she would be the same. No matter what, she wouldn't appear in front of this person. After the young man spoke for a while, he felt really bored. He directly jumped down from the city wall and walked toward the altar. Let's go. Let's go there and see what kind of person is this person who is said to be invincible in the cloud world. Demon Lotus quickly caught up with him. At this moment, there were many corpses on the streets. However, when a young man walked past, all the corpses, no matter strong or weak, were wiped out and fell to the ground. Even the corpse army patrolling the streets weren't able to avoid it. They walked forwards, and in just a moment, they were at the center of the city. Just at this moment, a streak of light flew over. It was a flying boat that passed by. The young man looked up and seemed to be extremely displeased. He casually grabbed at the sky. The flying boat shattered, and more than a dozen people flew out from it. A furious voice rang out at the same time. Who are you to dare destroy my spiritual boat? One of them was a Saint Realm expert. He spread out his true qi, vast and majestic, suppressing dozens of miles of land. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at the young man below. Friend, what grievances do you have with my Shuef family? Why did you suddenly attack? No matter what, you have to give me an explanation for what happened today. Shuef family? The young man touched his chin and was deep in thought. One of the 5 big families? I remember that when I was surrounded and attacked, your Shuef family people joined in. What coincidence! The expression of the old man opposite him changed. He didn't think and instantly retreated. He hollered with all his might, his voice filled with endless fear. This person is Daoxian Demon Lord. Retreat. The moment he said this, the expressions of the Shui family members changed. They all tried their best to fly into the distance. When a young man saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. So after being sealed for 6,000 years, I actually have such a fierce reputation. How fortunate! While he laughed, Dao Xian snapped his fingers. The Shui family Saint realm, who had fled dozens of miles away, suddenly exploded and turned into numerous pieces of meat. Demon Lotus looked on from behind and felt her scalp go numb. An initial Saint realm cultivator couldn't even take a single blow from him. He was killed without being able to fight back at all. The demon lord in front of her had been sealed for 6,000 years, and it seemed like not only was his strength not weakened, but it had even improved. She thought to herself that Zhongsho was most probably dead this time. Who knew how Wushang Yuan Demon was going to snatch the wings from Daoxian Demon Lord? With his personality, he definitely wouldn't do it so easily. Although he wasn't in realm, if he wanted to flee, even an end-realm Saint Venerable would have a headache. If he comprehended the mysteries of the wings, no one in the cloud world would be able to suppress him. Even Shoguan might not be able to beat him pretty much at the same time within the Golden Apang Palace. On the white jade square in front of the main hall, there was a complicated and mysterious formation. Inu was sitting cross-legged like he had lost his mind. His face was purple and his eyes were tightly shut. At this moment, Shufu was sitting opposite him. Behind him was the door to the main hall. He could faintly see a burly emperor wearing a black and gold imperial robe sitting on a golden chair. If Zhongsho was here, he would notice that the golden chair was pretty much the same as the Avicii throne. On the two sides of the square, there were 12 giant copper statues. They held weapons, and there were 6 of them on each side to protect the palace. Around these copper men, there was a world-twisting power. When these force fields were connected, all the Qi refinement warriors in the white jade square felt slightly uncomfortable. Their cultivation was totally suppressed. The higher their realms, the harder it was to suppress them. A Saint Realm Venerable would at most have Celestial Realm strength in this Apang Palace. Zhongshuan was still beside Shufu and Inu, sitting there peacefully without any uneasiness at all. At this moment, numerous dragon energy wrapped around the 3 of them. A few longing dragons could be seen. Dragon gathering to rebuild the dragon body. We have gathered enough dragon energy and can begin. However, please be careful and don't harm His Majesty's life. Oh, Shufu looked at Zhongshuan in amusement. You are actually so loyal. When I sent you to serve the Taishang, I didn't expect this. I'm not a heartless person. After all, we have decades of relationship, and I can't bear to part with it. Zhongshuan said expressionlessly, although I am a soul body, I can sense the intent of my main body and will be affected. Unless I have no choice, I won't betray His Majesty. Don't worry, I am just fulfilling my promise to unlock my heart seal. I don't want that person to come back to life. Shufu shook his head. For our Qi cultivator bloodline to rise back up, we need to rely on this Majesty. Let's talk about your Majesty. He isn't as simple as you think. Inu still sat there with his eyes closed, not reacting at all like he didn't hear anything. Zhongshuan didn't understand, but he didn't ask. He said worriedly, do we really have to go all out at the altar? Of course. Shufu nodded his head. The altar has the Qian ruler and Lin Suan defending. The corpse army won't be able to take it down in a short period of time. There might only be 6 of them, and they are weak. However, the various sects and factions, the various aristocratic families all paid attention. They definitely wouldn't allow the second core to be damaged and allow Ingzheng to revive. At the crucial moment, they would most probably attack to restrict him. In that case, wasn't Mingri Xian going to lure away all of the experts guarding Apang Palace? I also have such intentions. Otherwise, how would I have done all those things? This is why it is best if the battle of the altar becomes more intense. As he said that, Shufu frowned. Daoxian Demon Lord? Why is this person here? Could it be that Wushang Yuan Demon has gone mad and released this person? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.